the Concordant version of the Old Testament, copyright 2021 by the Concordant Publishing Concern. The Book of Psalms, chapter 1. Happy is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, and in the way of sinners does not stand, and in the seat of mockers does not sit. But rather in the law of Yahweh is his delight, and from his law is he soliloquizing by day and night. So he comes to be like a tree transplanted by rillets of water, that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not decay. Hence all that he does shall prosper. Not so the wicked, but rather they are like the trash that the wind whisks away. Therefore the wicked shall not rise up in judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For Yahweh is knowing the way of the righteous, yet the way of the wicked it shall perish. Chapter 2. Why are the nations perturbed, and the folk, they mumble empty phrases? Standing by are the kings of the earth, and the chancellors, they are gathered together against Yahweh and against his anointed one, saying, Do let us pull away their bonds, and do let us fling off their ropes from us. The one sitting in the heavens he shall ridicule. Yahweh, he shall deride them. Then he shall speak to them in his anger, and in his hot anger he shall fill them with panic, saying, I will pour a libation on my king, on Zion, my holy mountain. Do let me recount the statute of Yahweh. He has said to me, My son are you, I today have begotten you. Ask of me, and I shall give the nations as your allotment, and as your holding, the limits of the earth. You shall smash them with a club of iron. Like a vessel of a potter, you shall shatter them. And now, kings, be intelligent, be admonished, all judges of the earth. Serve Yahweh with fear, and exult with quivering. Bear admonition lest he should be angry, and you should perish in the way, for his anger shall consume speedily. Happy are all those taking refuge in him. A Davidic psalm when he ran away from the face of Absalom his son. Chapter 3. O Yahweh, how my foes do multiply. Many are those rising against me. Many are those saying to my soul, There is no salvation for him in his Elohim. Interlude. Yet you, O Yahweh, have been a shield about me, my glory, and the one raising up my head. I called to Yahweh with my voice, and he answered me from his holy mountain. Interlude. As for me, I will lie down that I may sleep. I will awake, for Yahweh he shall support me. I shall not fear myriads of people who are set against me round about. Do arise, O Yahweh, save me, my Elohim, for you will smite all my enemies on the cheek. The teeth of the wicked you will break. To Yahweh belongs the salvation. On your people be your blessing. Interlude permanent with accompaniments, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 4. When I called, he answered me, Elohim of my righteousness. In my distress, you made a wideness for me. Be gracious to me and hear my prayer. Sons of man, how long, turning my glory into mortification, shall you love empty words and seek after a lie? Interlude. Now know that Yahweh has distinguished the benign one for himself. Yahweh he shall hear when I call to him. Be astounded, yet do not sin. Commune in your heart on your bed, and be still. Interlude. Sacrifice the sacrifices of righteousness, and trust in Yahweh. Many are saying, Shall anyone show us good? Lift up the light of your countenance over us, O Yahweh. You have placed rejoicing in my heart, more than in the season when their grain and their grape juice multiplied. Do let me lie down and sleep in peace at once, for you, O Yahweh, alone are causing me to dwell in serenity. Permanent concerning the allotments. A Davidic psalm. Chapter 5. To my sayings do give ear, O Yahweh. Do understand my soliloquy. Do attend to the sound of my imploring, O my King and my Elohim. For I am praying to you, O Yahweh. In the morning you shall hear my voice. In the morning I shall arrange for you and watch. For you are not an El whose delight is in wickedness. Evil may not sojourn with you. No boasters may set themselves up in front of your eyes. You hate all contrivers of lawlessness. You shall destroy all those speaking a lie. A man of bloodshed and deceit Yahweh abhors. As for me, in the vastness of your benignity, I shall enter your house. I shall worship toward your holy temple in devout fear of you. O Yahweh, guide me in your righteousness on account of those who lie in wait for me. Straighten your way before me, for there is nothing established in their mouth. Within them are woes. A sepulchre opened is their throat. With their tongue they deal slickly. Convict them of guilt, O Elohim. Let them fall by their own counsels, and in the multitude of their transgressions expel them, for they have rebelled against you. But all those taking refuge in you shall rejoice. They shall be jubilant for the eon. You shall overshadow them, and those loving your name shall be glad in you. For you shall bless the righteous one, O Yahweh. Like a large shield, you shall encircle him with benevolence. Permanent with accompaniments on the octave. A Davidic Psalm, Chapter 6. O Yahweh, do not correct me in your anger, and do not discipline me in your fury. Be gracious to me, O Yahweh, for I am feeble. Heal me, O Yahweh, for my bones are flustered, and my soul it is flustered exceedingly. But you, O Yahweh, how long? Do return, O Yahweh. Do extricate my soul. Save me on account of your benignity. For in death there is no remembrance of you. In the unseen, who shall acclaim you? I am weary with my sighing. Through all the night I inundate my couch. With my tears I saturate my cot. My eye is exhausted from vexation. It shifts about because of all my foes. Withdraw from me, all contrivers of lawlessness, for Yahweh has heard the sound of my lamenting. Yahweh has heard my supplication. Yahweh, he is taking my prayer. May all my enemies be ashamed and exceedingly flustered. May they turn back and be ashamed in a moment. Overtaking Davidic, which he sang unto Yahweh concerning the words of Cush, a Benjamite. Chapter 7. O Yahweh, my Elohim, I take refuge in you. Save me from all those pursuing me, and rescue me, lest he should tear my soul to pieces like a lion, tearing it off while there is no rescuer. O Yahweh, my Elohim, if I have done this, if there is iniquity in my palms, if I have requited evil to one at peace with me, I, who pulled off valueless spoils from my foe, may the enemy pursue my soul and overtake it. May he tramp my life into the earth, and may he cause my glory to tabernacle in the soil. Interlude, do arise, O Yahweh, in your anger. Lift up yourself against the rages of my foes. Do rouse for me the judgment you have determined. So the congregation of the folk, it shall surround you. Therefore on its account, do return to the height. Yahweh, he shall adjudicate the peoples. Judge me, O Yahweh, according to my righteousness and according to my integrity, O Supreme. O let the evil of the wicked reach an end, and may you establish the righteous one, testing the hearts and innermost being, O righteous Elohim. My shield is settled on Elohim, who is saving the upright of heart. Elohim is the righteous judge. El holds indignation every day. If he does not turn back, he shall hone his sword. He has positioned his bow and is preparing it. So he has prepared for him the instruments of death. He makes his arrows flaring ones. Behold, he shall be cramped with lawlessness, and he will become pregnant with toil, and he will generate falsehood. He has dug a crypt and delved it deep, yet he shall fall into the pit he has been making. His toil shall turn back upon his head, and his wrong shall descend on his scalp. I shall acclaim Yahweh according to his righteousness, and I shall make melody to the name of Yahweh Supreme. Permanent on the Weintrow, a Davidic Psalm. Chapter 8. O Yahweh our Lord, how noble is your name in all the earth, you whose splendor is bestowed on the heavens. From the mouth of the unweaned and sucklings, you have founded strength on account of your foes, to cause the enemy and avenger to cease. When I see your heavens, the works of your fingers, the moon and stars which you have established, what is a mortal that you are mindful of him, or a son of mankind that you are visiting him? You make him lack a little of the messengers, and with glory and honor you crown him. You give him the rule over the works of your hands. All have you set under his feet, flocks and domestic animals, all of them, and beasts of the field as well, the birds of the heavens and the fish of the sea, crossing the paths of the seas. O Yahweh our Lord, how noble is your name in all the earth. Permanent, the eons of the sun. A Davidic Psalm. Chapter 9. I shall acclaim you, O Yahweh, with all my heart. I shall indeed recount all your marvelous works. I shall greatly rejoice and be glad in you. I shall surely make melody to your name, O Supreme. When my enemies are reversed backward, they shall stumble and perish from your presence. For you execute my judgment and my adjudication. You are seated on the throne, judging righteously. You rebuke the nations. You destroy the wicked one. Their name you wipe out for the eon and further. As for the enemy, they will come to end like permanent deserts, and their cities you will eliminate. Their remembrance will perish with them. Yet Yahweh he shall sit enthroned for the eon. He will establish his throne for judgment, and he shall judge the habitants with justice. He shall adjudicate the folk with equity. Yahweh shall become an impregnable retreat for the crushed, an impregnable retreat for seasons of distress. So those knowing your name shall trust in you, for you do not forsake those inquiring for you, O Yahweh. Make melody to Yahweh, the one dwelling in Zion. Tell his activities among the peoples. For the one inquiring into bloodshed, he remembers them. He does not forget the cry of the humble. Be gracious to me, O Yahweh. See my humiliation from those hating me. You are raising me up from the gateways of death, that I may indeed recount all your praises in the gateways of the daughter of Zion. Do let me exult in your salvation. The nations are sunk in the pit they have made. Their foot is seized in the net that they have buried. Yahweh is known by the judgment he executes. The wicked one is trapped by the deed of his palms. Chant, interlude. The wicked shall return to the unseen, all the nations, forgetful of Elohim. For the needy one shall not be forgotten permanently. The expectation of the humble, it shall not perish for the future. Do arise. O Yahweh, let not a mortal prevail. Let the nations be judged at your presence. Do set fear before them, O Yahweh. Let the nations know they are mortal. Interlude, chapter 10. Why are you standing far off, O Yahweh? Why are you obscuring yourself in seasons of distress? In his pride, the wicked one is dashing after the humble. Let them be grabbed in the schemes that they have devised. For the wicked one boasts over the lusting of his soul, and the greedy one he scorns. Yea, he spurns Yahweh. The wicked one, in his haughty anger, is not inquiring at all. There is no Elohim in all his schemes. Potent are his ways in every season. Your judgments are withdrawn from in front of him. All his foes he puffs at them. He says in his heart, I shall not slip at all. For generation after generation, I shall not be an evil. His mouth is full of imprecation, with deceit and fraud. Under his tongue are misery and lawlessness. He sits in ambush in the hamlets. In places of concealment, he kills the innocent one. His eyes lurk for the pauper. He waits in ambush and concealment, like a lion in its covert. He waits in ambush to kidnap the humble. He kidnaps the humble by drawing him into his net. The distressed one he is crushed and bows down, and the army of paupers falls prey to his staunch ones. He says in his heart, he has forgotten. He has concealed his face. He will not see it all, permanently. Do arise, O Yahweh. O lift up your hand. Do not forget the humble. On what grounds does the wicked one spurn Elohim? He says in his heart that you shall not inquire. You see indeed the toil and vexation. You shall look to place it into your hand. Unto you the pauper shall entrust himself. You are the one helping the orphan. Break the arm of the wicked and evil one. May you inquire into his wickedness until you find no more. Yahweh is king for the eon and further. The nations will perish from his land. You hear the yearning of the humble, O Yahweh. You shall establish their heart. Your ear shall attend to redress the orphan and the crushed. A mortal of the earth shall not continue at all to terrify any more. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm, chapter 11. In Yahweh I take refuge. How are you saying to my soul, soar like a bird to the mountain? For behold the wicked, they are positioning the bow. They make their arrow ready on the cord, to shoot in the gloom at the upright of heart. When the settled things are being pulled down, the righteous one, what can he effect? Yahweh is in his holy temple. Yahweh, his throne is in the heavens. His eyes are perceiving. His eyelids are testing the sons of humanity. Yahweh, he is testing the righteous one. Yet the wicked one and the one loving wrong, his soul hates. Let him rain coals of fire and sulfur on the wicked, and let a simoon wine be the assigned portion of their cup. For Yahweh is righteous. He loves righteous deeds. The upright, they shall perceive his face. Permanent concerning the octave. A Davidic Psalm, chapter 12. Do save, O Yahweh, for the benign one has reached an end. For the faithful ones have disappeared from the sons of humanity. They speak hypocrisy, each one with his associate. With a lip of slick words, with a double-minded heart they speak. May Yahweh cut off all lips of slick words, the tongue speaking great things. Who say, with our tongue we shall have mastery, our lips are our own. Who is Lord over us? Because of the devastation of the humble, because of the groaning of the needy, now I shall arise, says Yahweh. I shall set him in safety. I shall shine forth for him. The words of Yahweh are clean words, silver refined in a kiln, fine gold purified 7 times. You, O Yahweh, you shall guard them. You shall preserve us from this generation for the eon. The wicked walk round about, as the squanderings of the sons of humanity are exalted. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm. Chapter 13. How long, O Yahweh, shall you forget me permanently? How long shall you conceal your face from me? How long shall I set griefs in my soul, with affliction in my heart by day and night? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? Do look, answer me, O Yahweh, my Elohim. Do enlighten my eyes, lest I should sleep in death, lest my enemy should say, I have prevailed over him, lest my foes they should exult when I slip. Yet as for me, I trust in your benignity. My heart shall exult in your salvation. I shall surely sing to Yahweh, for he has dealt bountifully with me, and I shall make melody to the name of Yahweh, supreme. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm. Chapter 14. The decadent one says in his heart, there is no Elohim. They have become corrupt and abhorrent in activity. There is no one doing good. Yahweh, he gazes down from the heavens on the sons of humanity to see whether there is anyone acting intelligently, anyone seeking after Elohim. All withdraw aside. Together they are spoiled. There is no one doing good. There is not even one. Have they no knowledge, all these contrivers of lawlessness, who are devouring my people as they would devour bread? They do not call upon Yahweh. There they are afraid with alarm when no alarm is present. For Elohim is with the generation of the righteous one. You evildoers would put to shame the counsel of the humble one. Yet Yahweh is his refuge. Oh, that the salvation of Israel would come from Zion, when Yahweh will reverse the captivity of his people. Let Jacob exult, let Israel rejoice. A Davidic Psalm, chapter 15. O Yahweh, who shall sojourn in your tent? Who shall tabernacle on your holy mountain? He who is walking flawlessly and effecting righteousness. He who is speaking truth in his heart. He has not vilified with his tongue. He has done no evil to his associate and has borne no reproach against the one near him. Despised in his eyes is the reprobate, yet he glorifies those fearing Yahweh. He has sworn to his associate and shall not change. He has neither lent his money at interest nor taken a bribe against the innocent. He who is doing these things shall not slip for the eon. A Davidic inscribed Psalm. Chapter 16. Keep me, O El, for I have taken refuge in you. I have said to Yahweh, you are my Lord. My goodness is nothing at all before you. Concerning the saints who are in the land, they are noble ones. All my delight is in them. Yet their griefs shall increase who hasten after another Elohim. Not at all shall I libate their libations of blood, and not at all shall I bear their names on my lips. Yahweh is the assigned share of my portion and my cup. You are the one upholding my lot. The lines, they have fallen for me in pleasant places. Indeed, the allotment is seemly for me. I shall bless Yahweh who has counseled me. Indeed, in the nights my innermost being has admonished me. I poise Yahweh in front of me continually. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not slip at all. Wherefore my heart rejoices, and my glory shall exult. Indeed, my flesh, it shall tabernacle in serenity. For you shall not forsake my soul in the unseen. You shall not allow your benign one to see corruption. You shall acquaint me with the path of life. Satisfying rejoicings are in your presence. Pleasantness is at your right hand. Permanent, a Davidic prayer. Chapter 17. O Yahweh, do hear my plea for justice. Do attend to my appeal. Do give ear to my prayer, uttered without deceitful lips. Let my judgment come forth from your presence. Your eyes may they perceive equity. You have tested my heart. You have visited by night. You have refined me and find no crime in me at all. My mouth shall not trespass. As for the contrivances of humanity, by the word of your lips I have kept from the burglar's paths. My movement is upheld in your rounds. My footsteps shall slip no more. I call upon you, for you shall answer me, O El. Stretch out your ear to me and hear my word. Show the marvel of your benignities, you who are saving those taking refuge from rising foes with your right hand. Keep me as the pupil of your eye. In the shadow of your wings you shall conceal me from the face of the wicked, those who devastate me. My enemies against my soul encompass about me. They have closed their calloused heart. Their mouths have spoken in pride. They surround me now in my movement. They are setting their eyes to turn me aside to the earth. His likeness is like a lion that longs to tear prey, and like a sheltered lion sitting in concealment. O Yahweh, do arise, do confront him to his face. Make him bow down. Do deliver my soul from the wicked one by your sword, from such men by your hand, O Yahweh, from such men of transience. Their portion is in this life, and you fill their belly with what you have stored up. They are satisfied with sons, and they leave their surplus to their descendants. As for me, in righteousness I shall perceive your face. I shall indeed be satisfied when I awake to your semblance. Permanent concerning the servant of Yahweh, concerning David, who spoke to Yahweh the words of this song on the day Yahweh rescued him from the palm of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. Thus he said, Chapter 18, I feel deep passion for you, O Yahweh, my steadfastness, O Yahweh, my crag and my fastness and my deliverance, my El, my rock. I take refuge in him, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my impregnable retreat, the one being praised. I call on Yahweh, and from my enemies I am being saved. The cables of death have enveloped me, and the torrents of decadence, they frighten me. The cables of the unseen, they have surrounded me. The traps of death have confronted me. In my distress I called on Yahweh, and to my Elohim I implored. From his temple he heard my voice, and my imploring before him, it came to his ears. Then the earth reeled and quaked, and the foundations of the mountains, they were disturbed, and they reeled, for his anger grew hot. Smoke ascended from his nostrils, and fire that devours from his mouth. Flashing embers, they blazed forth from him. He stretched out the heavens and descended, and murkiness was beneath his feet. He rode on a cherub and flew, so he swooped down on the wings of the wind. He set darkness as his concealment round about him. His booth was the darkness of waters, the thick clouds of the skies. Out of the brightness in front of him, his thick clouds passed with hail and flashing embers of fire. Then Yahweh thundered from the heavens, and the Supreme. He gave forth his voice with hail and flashing embers of fire. He sent off his arrows with which he scattered them, and he multiplied bolts of lightning with which he discomfited them. So the channels of water were made to appear, and the foundations of the habitants were revealed, by your rebuke, O Yahweh, by the breath of the wind of your nostrils. He sent from the height. He took me. He removed me from many waters. He rescued me from my strong enemy and from those hating me, for they were more aggressive than I. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, yet Yahweh became my stay. He brought me forth into a wide place. He liberated me, for he has delighted in me. Yahweh requited me according to my righteousness. According to the purity of my hands he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of Yahweh, and I have not been wicked by turning from my Elohim. For all his ordinances have been in front of me, and I have not put away his statutes from me. I have become flawless before him. Let me keep myself from my depravity. Yahweh recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the purity of my hands in front of his eyes. With the benign one you show yourself benign. With a flawless master, you show yourself flawless. With the purified one, you show yourself pure. But with the perverse one, you show yourself cunning. For you yourself shall save the humbled people, but you shall abase those whose eyes are exalted. Indeed, you yourself shall light up my lamp, O Yahweh. My Elohim, he shall brighten my darkness, so that by you I may run over a stone dike, and by my Elohim I may leap a barricade. The one El, his way is flawless. The word of Yahweh is refined. He is a shield to all who are taking refuge in him. For is there any Eloah apart from Yahweh? And is there any rock except our Elohim? He is the one El, the one belting me with valor, and he spreads flawlessness on my way. The one poising my feet like hinds, and on my high places he causes me to stand. He is the one teaching my hands for the battle, so that my arms may manage a bow of bronze. You gave to me the shield of your salvation. Your right hand, it braced me, and your help, it made me great. You widened my steps beneath me, so that my limbs have not tottered. I pursued my enemies and overtook them, and I did not return until they were finished. I transfixed them, and they were not able to rise. They fell beneath my feet. You belted me with valor for the battle. You bowed beneath me those rising against me. As for my enemies, you gave to me the scruff of their necks, and those hating me, I effaced them. They implored, yet there was no salvation. They called to Yahweh, yet he would not answer them. I reduced them to powder like the dust before the face of the wind. Like the mud of the streets, I pulverized them. You delivered me from the disputes of the people. You placed me at the head of the nations. A people I had not known, they served me. As soon as the ear is hearing, they hearken to me. The sons of the foreigner, they cower before me. The sons of the foreigner, they disintegrate, and they come cringing from their enclosures. Alive is Yahweh, and being blessed is my rock. Let the Elohim of my salvation be exalted. He is the one, El, who is rendering vengeance for me, and he subdues the peoples under me, the one delivering me from my enemies. Indeed, from those rising against me have you exalted me. From the man of violence have you rescued me. Therefore I shall acclaim you among the nations, O Yahweh, and to your name shall I indeed make melody. He is the one magnifying the salvations of his king, and showing benignity to his anointed one, to David and to his seed for the eon. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 19. The heavens are recounting the glory of El, and the atmosphere is telling the work of his hands. Day after day is uttering a saying, and night after night is disclosing knowledge. There is no audible saying, and there are no words. Their voice is unheard. Yet into the entire earth their voice goes forth, and into the ends of the habitants their declarations. For the sun, he has placed a tent in them. So it is like a bridegroom going forth from his canopy. It is elated like a master to run its path. From the end of the heavens is its going forth, and its circling around goes on to their ends, so that there is nothing being concealed from its sunshine. The law of Yahweh is flawless, restoring the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is faithful, making wise the simple. The precepts of Yahweh are upright, rejoicing the heart. The instruction of Yahweh is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yahweh is clean, standing unto the future. The ordinances of Yahweh are truth. They are righteous altogether, coveted more than gold and more than much glittering gold, and sweeter than honey and syrup of the combs. Moreover, your servant is being warned by them. In the keeping of them is a great consequence. Who can detect inadvertent errors? From those concealed to me, hold me innocent. Moreover, keep back your servant from arrogancies. Let them not rule over me. Then I shall be flawless, and I will be innocent of great transgression. May the sayings of my mouth be acceptable, and the soliloquy of my heart be pleasing before you, O Yahweh, my rock and my redeemer. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 20. May Yahweh answer you in a day of distress. May the name of Jacob's Elohim be your impregnable retreat. May he send to your help from the sanctuary, and from Zion may he brace you. May he remember all your approach presents, and upon your ascent offerings may he confer richness. Interlude may he give to you according to your heart, and all your counsel may he fulfill. Do let us be jubilant in your salvation, and in the name of Elohim may we raise a standard. May Yahweh fulfill all your requests. Now I know that Yahweh will save his anointed one. He shall answer him from his holy heavens by the saving masterful deeds of his right hand. These boast in chariots and those in horses. But as for us, concerning the name of Yahweh our Elohim, we are ever mindful. They will bow down and fall, but as for us, we will rise and shall become attested. O Yahweh, do save the king, and answer us on the day we call. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm, Chapter 21. O Yahweh, in your strength is the king rejoicing, and in your salvation, how exceedingly is he exulting. The yearning of his heart you will give to him, and the proposal of his lips you will not withhold at all. Interlude, for you shall succor him with blessings of good. You shall set a glittering gold crown on his head. He asked life from you. You will give it to him, length of days for an eon and further. Great is his glory through your salvation. Splendor and honor shall you poise on him. For you are setting him for blessings for the future. You are exhilarating him with the rejoicing of your presence. For the king is trusting in Yahweh, and in the benignity of the Supreme, he shall not slip at all. Your hand shall find all your enemies. Your right hand, it shall find those hating you. You shall make them like a fiery stove in the era of your presence. Yahweh, he shall swallow them up in his anger, and fire shall devour them. You shall destroy their fruit from the earth, and their seed from among the sons of humanity. Though they have intended evil against you, and they have devised a scheme, they shall not prevail. For you shall make them turn their backs. With your bow cords you shall be ready against their faces. Be exalted indeed, O Yahweh, in your strength. We shall sing and make melody concerning your masterful deeds. Permanent, concerning the hind of the dawn. A Davidic Psalm. Chapter 22. My El, why have you forsaken me? Far from my salvation are these words of my roaring. My Elohim, I am calling by day, yet you are not answering, and by night, yet there is no stillness for me. But you are holy, the one dwelling among the praises of Israel. In you our fathers trusted, and you delivered them. To you they cried out, and they escaped. In you they trusted, and they were not put to shame. But I am a worm and not a man, a reproach to humanity and despised by the people. All those seeing me, they are deriding me. They are opening up the lip. They wag their heads, saying, he hands over himself to Yahweh. Let him deliver him. Let him rescue him, if he delights in him. Indeed, you were the one rushing me forth from the belly, causing me to trust on my mother's breasts. On you was I flung from the womb. From my mother's belly you have been my El. Oh, do not be far from me, for distress is near, because there is no one helping. Many young bulls surround me, sturdy ones of Bashan, they compass me about. They open their mouth wide against me like a lion, ravening and roaring. Like water I am poured out, and all my bones are disjointed. My heart has become like wax. It is melted in the midst of my bowels. My vigor is dried up like earthenware, and my tongue clings to my jaws. To the soil of death you bring me low. For curs have surrounded me. The crowd of evildoers, it has encompassed me. They dig into my hands and my feet. I number all my bones. They look, they stare at me. They apportion my garments among themselves, and they cast the lot for my clothing. Yet you, O Yahweh, do not be far away. My fortitude, do hurry to my help. Do rescue my soul from the sword, my only one from the paw of the cur. Save me from the mouth of the lion, and from the horns of the wild bulls you have answered me. Do let me recount your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly shall I praise you. Those fearing Yahweh, praise him. All the seed of Jacob, glorify him, and revere him, all the seed of Israel. For he has neither despised nor abominated the humiliation of the humble, and he has not concealed his face from him. But when he implored to him, he hearkened. From you comes my praise in the vast assembly. I shall pay my vows in front of those fearing him. The humble shall eat and shall be satisfied, and those seeking after him shall praise Yahweh. May their hearts live for the future. All the limits of the earth shall remember and return to Yahweh. All the families of the nations shall worship before him, for Yahweh's is the kingdom, and he is the one ruling among the nations. Yea, to him shall bow down all those about to be sleeping in the earth. Before him shall crouch all those descending to the soil. And he who did not keep his soul alive, his seed shall serve him. It shall be recounted about Yahweh to the generation that is coming, and they shall tell of his righteousness to a people about to be born, declaring that he has done this. A Davidic Psalm. A Davidic. Chapter 23. Yahweh is my shepherd, nothing shall I lack. In verdant oases, he is making me recline. Beside restful waters, he is conducting me. My soul he is restoring. He is guiding me in the routes of righteousness on account of his name. Even though I should walk in the ravine of blackest shadow, I shall not fear evil, for you are with me. Your club and your staff, they are comforting me. You are arranging a table before me in front of my foes. You have sleeked my head with oil. My cup is satiated. Yea, goodness and benignity, they shall pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahweh for length of days. A Davidic Psalm. Chapter 24. Yahweh's is the earth and its fullness, the habitants and those dwelling in it. For he, on the seas he has founded it, and on the streams he has established it. Who shall ascend into the mountain of Yahweh, and who shall rise in his holy place? The innocent of palms and pure of heart, who has not lifted up his soul to mere idols, and has not sworn by what is deceitful. He shall obtain blessing from Yahweh, and righteousness from the Elohim of his salvation. This is the generation of those seeking after him, those seeking your face, O Elohim of Jacob. Interlude, lift up your heads, gateways, and be lifted up, portals Eonian, that the King of glory may come in. Who is this King of glory? Yahweh, strong and masterful, Yahweh, masterful in battle. Lift up your heads, gateways, and be lifted up, portals Eonian, that the King of glory may come in. Who is he, this King of glory? Yahweh of hosts, he is the King of glory. Interlude, a Davidic Psalm. Chapter 25. To you, O Yahweh, am I lifting up my soul. My Elohim, in you have I trusted. Do not let me be ashamed. Do not let my enemies be glad over me. Indeed, all expecting you shall not be ashamed. They shall be ashamed who are being treacherous without excuse. Acquaint me with your ways, O Yahweh. Teach me your paths. Cause me to tread in your truth, and teach me. For you are the Elohim of my salvation, and I expect you the entire day. Remember your compassions, O Yahweh, and your benignities, for they are from the eon. The sins of my youth and my transgressions do not remember. According to your benignity, remember me, I pray you, on account of your goodness, O Yahweh. Good and upright is Yahweh. Therefore he shall direct sinners in the way. He shall cause the humble to tread in right judgment, and he shall teach the humble his way. All the paths of Yahweh are benignity and truth for those preserving his covenant and his testimonies. On account of your name, O Yahweh, thus you will pardon my depravity, though it be great. Whatever man this is who is fearing Yahweh, he shall direct him in the way he should choose. His soul it shall lodge in good, and his seed it shall tenant the land. The intimacy of Yahweh is for those fearing him, and his covenant to give them knowledge. My eyes are continually toward Yahweh, for he shall bring forth my feet from the net. Turn toward me and be gracious to me, for I am lonely and humble. In the distresses of my heart make a wideness for me, and bring me forth from my constraints. Meet my humiliation and my toil, and bear away all my sins. See my enemies, how they multiply and hate me with violent hatred. Do guard my soul and rescue me. Do not let me be ashamed, for I have taken refuge in you. May integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I expect you. O Elohim, ransom Israel from all their distresses. Davidic. Chapter 26. Judge me, O Yahweh, for I have walked in my integrity, and I have trusted in Yahweh. I shall not totter. Test me, O Yahweh, and try me. Do refine my innermost being and my heart. For your benignity is in front of my eyes, and I have walked in your truth. I have not sat with men of hypocrisy, and with dissemblers I shall not enter. I have hated the assembly of evildoers, and with the wicked I shall not sit. I shall wash my palms in innocency, And I shall indeed go around your altar, O Yahweh, to announce with the voice of acclamation and to recount all your marvelous works. O Yahweh, I have loved the pleasantness of your house and the place where your glory is tabernacling. Do not gather up my soul with sinners or my life with bloodthirsty men in whose hands is scheming and their right hand is full of bribes. As for me, I shall walk in my integrity. Ransom me and be gracious to me. My foot it has stood on level ground. In the assemblies I shall bless you, O Yahweh. Davidic. Chapter 27. Yahweh is my light and my salvation. Whom should I fear? Yahweh is the stronghold of my life. Of whom should I be afraid? When evildoers drew near against me to devour my flesh, they who were to me my foes and my enemies, they stumbled and fell. Though an armed force should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise up against me, in spite of this I am trusting. One thing I have asked from Yahweh. Only it am I seeking, that I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to perceive the pleasantness of Yahweh, and to make my quest in his temple. For he shall seclude me in his booth in the day of evil. He shall conceal me in the secrecy of his tent. He shall safely set me high on a rock. Even now my head is being raised high over my enemies round about me, and I shall sacrifice in his tent sacrifices with shouts of joy. I shall indeed sing and make melody to Yahweh. Hear my voice, O Yahweh, when I call. Be gracious to me and answer me. To you my heart has said, I have sought your face. Your face, O Yahweh, am I seeking. Do not conceal your face from me. Do not turn aside your servant in anger, you who have become my help. Do not abandon me and do not forsake me, O Elohim of my salvation. For my father and my mother, they have forsaken me. Yet Yahweh, he shall gather me in. Direct me, O Yahweh, in your way, and guide me in a straight path on account of those lying in wait for me. Do not give me up to the soul's desire of my foes, for false witnesses have risen against me, even malicious calumniators. I believe that I will see the goodness of Yahweh in the land of the living. Be expectant toward Yahweh. Be steadfast, and let your heart be resolute. Yea, be expectant toward Yahweh. Davidic. Chapter 28. To you, O Yahweh, am I calling out. My rock, do not turn from me in silence, lest if you should hush to me, I would become comparable with descenders to the crypt. Hear the voice of my supplications when I implore to you, when I lift up my hands toward your innermost sanctuary. Do not draw me away with the wicked or with contrivers of lawlessness, those speaking peace with their associates, but evil is in their heart. Give to them according to their contriving and according to the evil of their actions. According to the work of their hands, give to them. Reverse their dealing upon them. For they do not understand Yahweh's wise deeds or the work of his hands. He shall pull them down and not build them up again. Blessed be Yahweh, for he has heard the voice of my supplications. Yahweh is my strength and my shield. In him has my heart trusted, and I have been helped so that my heart is joyous, and with my song am I acclaiming him. Yahweh is the strength of his people, and he is the stronghold of salvation for his anointed one. Do save your people, and bless your allotment. Shepherd them, and lift them up for the eon. A Davidic Psalm, Chapter 29. Grant to Yahweh, sons of the Elam, grant to Yahweh glory and strength. Grant to Yahweh the glory of his name. Worship Yahweh in his holy effulgence. The voice of Yahweh is over the waters. The El of glory he thunders. Yahweh is over the abundant waters. The voice of Yahweh sounds with vigor. The voice of Yahweh is filled with honor. The voice of Yahweh is breaking cedars, and Yahweh is breaking the cedars of Lebanon. He is causing them to dance like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young wild bull. The voice of Yahweh is hewing with blazes of fire. The voice of Yahweh, it is causing the wilderness to travail. Yahweh is causing the wilderness of Kadesh to travail. The voice of Yahweh, it makes the hinds travail in birth, and he is stripping the wildwoods bare. In his temple everyone is saying, Glory. Yahweh, he sat enthroned above the deluge, and Yahweh shall sit enthroned as king for the eon. Yahweh, strength shall he give to his people. Yahweh, he shall bless his people with peace. A psalm dedication, Song of the House, Davidic. Chapter 30, I am exalting you, O Yahweh, for you have drawn me out, and you have not let my enemies rejoice over me. O Yahweh, my Elohim, I implored to you, and you healed me. O Yahweh, you have brought my soul up from the unseen. You have preserved me alive from descending to the crypt. Make melody to Yahweh, his benign ones, and give acclamation to his holy name. For there is only a moment under his anger, but a lifetime under his benevolence. In the evening, lamentation may lodge, but in the morning there is jubilant song. Yet I have said in my ease, I shall not slip at all for the eon. O Yahweh, in your benevolence, you have made my mountain to stand in strength. If you conceal your face, I become flustered. To you, O Yahweh, am I calling, and to my Lord am I supplicating. What gain is there in my blood poured out, in my descending to the pit? Does soil acclaim you? Does it tell your faithfulness? Hear, O Yahweh, and be gracious to me. O Yahweh, be my help. You have turned my wailing into fluting for me. You have unloosed my sackcloth and are belting me with rejoicing, so that one may make melody to you, my glory, and may not be still. O Yahweh, my Elohim, for the eon shall I acclaim you. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 31. In you, O Yahweh, have I taken refuge. Do not let me be ashamed for the eon. In your righteousness deliver me. Stretch out your ear to me. Rescue me quickly, O Yahweh. Become mine for a rock, a stronghold, for a house of fastness to save me. For my crag and my fastness are you, and on account of your name, O Yahweh, you shall guide me, and you shall conduct me. You shall bring me forth from the net that they have buried for me, for you are my stronghold. Into your hand am I committing my spirit. You have ransomed me, O Yahweh, El of faithfulness. I hate those keeping hypocritical vanities, yet I in Yahweh I trust. I shall exult and rejoice in your benignity, you who have seen my humiliation. You know all about the distresses of my soul, and you have not locked me up into the hand of the enemy. You have made my feet stand in a wide place. Be gracious to me, O Yahweh, for distress has been mine. My eye was exhausted by vexation, my soul and my inner being. For my life was consumed with affliction, and my years with sighing. My vigor stumbled with my humiliation, and my bones they were exhausted. Because of all my foes I became a reproach, even to my neighbors, exceedingly so, and an alarm to my close acquaintances. Those seeing me in the street, they would bolt away from me. I was forgotten like a dead man, out of heart. I became like a lost vessel. For I heard the muttering of many, shrinking fear was round about. In their deliberation together against me, they schemed to take away my soul. Yet I, in you I trusted, O Yahweh. I said, my Elohim are you. In your hand are my seasons. Rescue me from the hand of my enemies and from those pursuing me. Do let your face light up over your servant. Save me in your benignity. O Yahweh, do not let me be ashamed, for I have called out to you. Let the wicked be ashamed. Let them be still in the unseen. Let false lips be muted, those speaking against the righteous with impertinence, in pride and contempt. How great is your goodness, which you have stored up for those fearing you, and you have effected for those seeking refuge in you in front of the sons of humanity. You shall conceal them in the concealment of your presence from the coalitions of man. You shall seclude them in a booth from the dispute of tongues. Blessed be Yahweh, for he made marvelous his benignity to me in a besieged city. Yet I had said in my consternation, I am severed from in front of your eyes. Nevertheless, you heard the voice of my supplications in my imploring to you. Love Yahweh, all his benign ones. The faithful Yahweh is preserving, yet he is repaying with a surplus the one acting in pride. Be steadfast, and let your heart be resolute, all you who are waiting for Yahweh. Davidic Contemplating. Chapter 32. Happy he whose transgression is lifted away, whose sin is covered over. Happy the human to whom Yahweh is not reckoning depravity, and in whose spirit there is no deceit. When I kept silent toward you, my bones became worn out with my roaring the entire day. For by day and night your hand was heavy upon me. My freshness was turned into the scorching heats of summer. Interlude my sin I am now acknowledging to you, and my depravity I do not cover over. I said, I shall confess against myself my transgressions to Yahweh, and you lift away the depravity of my sin. Interlude. Concerning this, let every benign one pray to you in a season of finding. Surely at the overflowing of many waters they shall not attain to him. You are a concealment for me. From distress shall you preserve me. With jubilant songs of deliverance shall you surround me. Interlude, you said, I shall make you contemplate, and I shall direct you in the way that you should go. I shall indeed give counsel with my eye upon you. You must not become like a horse, like a mule in which there is no understanding, whose scruff must be curbed with bit and bridle, or it would never come near to you. Many are the pains for the wicked one, yet for the one trusting in Yahweh, benignity it shall surround him. Rejoice in Yahweh and exult, righteous ones, and be jubilant, all who are upright of heart. Chapter 33, Be jubilant, righteous ones, in Yahweh. Praise is comely for the upright ones. Acclaim Yahweh on a harp. On a zither of 10 strings make melody to him. Sing to him a new song. Be skillful to play with joyful shouting. For upright is the word of Yahweh, and all his work is in faithfulness. He is loving righteousness and right judgment. With the benignity of Yahweh the earth is filled. By the word of Yahweh the heavens were made, and by the spirit of his mouth all their host. He is collecting the waters of the sea together as a waterspout, bestowing the abyss in treasure vaults. Let all the earth fear Yahweh. Let all those dwelling in the habitants revere him. For he spoke, and it came to be. He enjoined, and it stood firm. Yahweh, he annuls the counsel of the nations. He repudiates the devices of the peoples. The counsel of Yahweh shall stand for the eon, the designs of his heart for generation after generation. Happy is the nation that has Yahweh as its Elohim, the people he chooses as an allotment for himself. From the heavens Yahweh looks down, he sees all the sons of humanity. From his established dwelling he peers upon all those dwelling on the earth. He who is forming their hearts individually, who is understanding all their doings. The king is not saved by a great army. A master is not rescued by great vigor. The horse is a false hope for salvation, and by its vast valor it cannot provide escape. Behold, the eye of Yahweh is toward those fearing him, toward those waiting for his benignity, to rescue their soul from death and to preserve them alive in famine. Our soul, it tarries for Yahweh. Our help and our shield is he. For in him our heart is rejoicing, for in his holy name we trust. O Yahweh, let your benignity come to be upon us, even as we wait for you. Davidic. When he altered his sanity before Abimelech, so that he drove him out, and he went away. Chapter 34. Let me bless Yahweh in every season. His praise is in my mouth continually. In Yahweh my soul boasts. The humble ones hear and rejoice. Magnify Yahweh with me, and let us exalt his name together. I have sought after Yahweh, and he has answered me, and from all my shrinking fear he has rescued me. Look to him and beam, and do not let your faces be abashed. This humble one called, and Yahweh heard, and from all his distresses he saved him. Encamping is the messenger of Yahweh around those fearing him, and he shall liberate them. Taste and see that Yahweh is good. Happy is the master who takes refuge in him. Fear Yahweh, all his saints, for there is no lack to those fearing him. The sheltered lions, they are destitute, and they famish. But those seeking after Yahweh, they shall not lack any good. Come, my sons, hearken to me. I shall teach you the devout fear of Yahweh. Who is the man whose delight is life, loving sufficient days in order to see good? Preserve your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Withdraw from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. The eyes of Yahweh are toward the righteous, and his ears are toward their imploring. The face of Yahweh is against those doing evil, to cut off their remembrance from the earth. The righteous cry out, and Yahweh hears, and from all their distresses he rescues them. Near is Yahweh to the broken of heart, and those crushed of spirit he shall save. Many are the evils on the righteous one, but Yahweh shall rescue him from them all, he who is guarding all his bones, so that not one of them is broken. Evil shall put the wicked to death, and those hating the righteous one shall be found guilty. Yahweh is ransoming the soul of his servants, and all those taking refuge in him shall not be found guilty. Davidic. Chapter 35. Do contend, O Yahweh, with my contenders. Fight against those fighting me. Hold fast the buckler and the large shield. Do rise up to my help. Unsheathe the spear and the pike to meet my pursuers. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. May they be ashamed, and may they be mortified, who are seeking my soul. May they be turned away, and may they be abashed, who are devising evil against me. May they become like trash before the wind, with a messenger of Yahweh expelling them. Let their way become dark and slick-surfaced, with a messenger of Yahweh pursuing them. For gratuitously have they buried their net for me, gratuitously have they delved a pit for my soul. May ruination come upon him when he is not knowing it, and may his net that he has buried seize him. To ruination let him fall into it. Yet my soul it shall exult in Yahweh, it shall be elated in his salvation. All my bones they shall say, O Yahweh, who is like you? Rescuing the humble from one too unyielding for him, and the humble and the needy from one pillaging him. Malicious witnesses arise. They ask me that which I do not know. They are repaying me evil for good, seeking bereavement to my soul. As for me, when they were ill, my clothing was sackcloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, yet my prayer it turned back on my bosom. As for an associate, as for my brother, I walked about grieving. Like one mourning for his mother, I bowed down in somberness. Yet when I was limping, they rejoiced and gathered together. They gathered together against me, smiters, and I did not know it. They tore at me and would not be still. With the pollutions of derisive derisions, they gnashed their teeth against me. O Yahweh, how long shall you look on? Do restore my soul from their ruinations, my only one from the sheltered lions. I shall acclaim you in the vast assembly. Among a staunch people shall I praise you. Let them not rejoice over me, my enemies who are false, nor let them wink the eye, who are hating me gratuitously. For they do not speak peace, and they are devising words of deceit against those enjoying respite in the land. They widen their mouth against me. They say, Aha, aha, our eyes have seen it. You have seen this. O Yahweh, do not be silent. O Yahweh, do not be far from me. Do rouse, do awake for my due, my Elohim and my Lord, for my cause. Judge me according to your righteousness, O Yahweh, my Elohim, and let them not rejoice over me. Let them not say in their heart, Aha, our soul is pleased. Let them not say, We swallowed him up. May those be ashamed and abashed together, who are rejoicing in my evil lot. May those be clothed with shame and mortification, who are magnifying themselves against me. May those be jubilant and rejoice, who take delight in my righteousness. May they say continually, Let Yahweh be magnified, whose delight is in his servant's well-being. Then my tongue it shall soliloquize of your righteousness, of your praise the entire day. Permanent to the servant of Yahweh, Davidic. Chapter 36. The wicked one has a watchword of transgression within his heart. There is no awe of Elohim in front of his eyes, for he apportions too much to himself in his own eyes to find out his depravity and to hate it. The words of his mouth are lawlessness and deceit. He evades even to contemplate doing good. He devises lawlessness on his bed. He stations himself on a pathway that is not good. He does not reject what is evil. O Yahweh, your benignity reaches to the heavens, your faithfulness unto the skies. Your righteousness is like the mountain ranges of El, your judgment like the vast abyss. Both human and beast you save, O Yahweh. How precious is your benignity, O Elohim, so that the sons of humanity, they may take refuge in the shadow of your wings. They are satiated with the richness of your house, and the watercourse of your luxuries you give them to drink. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light shall we see light. Protract your benignity to those knowing you, and your righteousness to the upright of heart. Do not let the foot of pride come against me, and do not let the hand of the wicked cause me to wander. The contrivers of lawlessness are desolated. They have fallen. They have been tripped up, and they are not able to rise. Davidic. Chapter 37. Do not heat yourself up because of evildoers. Do not be jealous over those doing iniquity. For like grass, they shall quickly be snipped off, and like green verdure, they shall decay. Trust in Yahweh and do good. Tabernacle in the land and graze in faithfulness. Find pleasure in Yahweh, and he shall give you the requests of your heart. Hand over your way to Yahweh. Trust him, and he shall do it. So he will make your righteousness shine forth like the light, and your right judgment like the noonday sun. Be still before Yahweh and wait for him. Do not heat yourself up because someone prospers his way, because a man is carrying out his schemes. Hold back from anger and forsake fury. Do not heat yourself up, it leads only to evil. For the evildoers they shall be cut off, yet those expecting Yahweh, they shall tenant the land. And still a little while, and there will be no wicked one. When you consider his place, he will not be there. Yet the humble, they shall tenant the land, and they will find pleasure in abundance of well-being. The wicked one is scheming against the righteous one, and is gnashing his teeth at him. Yahweh, he is ridiculing him, for he sees that his day shall come. The wicked unloose the sword, and they position their bow, to cast down the humble and the needy one, to slaughter the upright of way. Their sword it shall enter their own heart, and their bows they shall be broken. Better are a few who are for the righteous one than a throng of many wicked ones. For the arms of the wicked they shall be broken, yet Yahweh is supporting the righteous. Yahweh is knowing the days of the flawless, and their allotment it shall be for the eon. They shall not be ashamed in an evil season, and in days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked they shall perish, even the enemies of Yahweh. Like the precious bloom of the meadows they will vanish. Like smoke they will vanish. The wicked one is borrowing, but he does not repay. Yet the just one is generous and giving. For those being blessed by him, they shall tenant the land. Yet those being maledicted by him, they shall be cut off. By Yahweh are the steps of a master prepared, and in his way shall he delight. Though he should fall, he shall not be cast forth, for Yahweh is supporting his hand. I was a youth, and now I am old. Yet I have not seen the righteous one forsaken, or his seed seeking bread. The entire day he is generous and obliging, and his seed becomes a blessing. Withdraw from evil and do good, then tabernacle for the eon. For Yahweh is loving right judgment, and he shall not forsake his benign ones. The iniquitous will be exterminated for the eon, and the seed of the wicked it will be cut off. The righteous they shall tenant the land, and they shall tabernacle on it for the future. The mouth of the righteous one, it soliloquizes wisdom, and his tongue, it speaks right judgment. The law of his Elohim is in his heart, and his movement is not tottering. The wicked one is watching for the righteous one, and is seeking to put him to death. Yahweh, he shall not forsake him to his hand, and he shall not let him be condemned when he is judged. Be expectant toward Yahweh, and keep his way, and he shall exalt you to tenant the land. When the wicked are cut off, you shall see it. I have seen a wicked one, a terrifier, elevating himself like a flourishing native tree. Yet I passed by, and behold, he was not there. And I sought him, and he was not found. Observe the flawless one, and see the upright one, that there is a hereafter for the man of peace. Yet transgressors, they will be exterminated together. The hereafter of the wicked, it will be cut off. The salvation of the righteous is from Yahweh, their stronghold in a season of distress. And Yahweh shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, for they took refuge in him. A Davidic Psalm for remembrance. Chapter 38. O Yahweh, do not correct me in your wrath, or discipline me in your fury. For your arrows, they have settled deep in me, and your hand is settling down on me. There is no soundness in my flesh in view of your indignation. There is no peace in my bones in view of my sin. For my depravities, they pass over my head. Like a heavy load, they are too heavy for me. My welts stink and are putrefied in view of my folly. I am wretched. I bow down very low. The entire day I walk in somberness. For my hips they are filled with searing pain, and there is no soundness in my flesh. I am torpid and utterly crushed. I roar out from the anguish of my heart. O Yahweh, in front of you is all my yearning, and my sighing. It is not concealed from you. My heart it throbs. My vigor forsakes me, and the light of my eyes, even that is not with me. Those loving me and my associates, they are standing aloof from my contagion. And my near friends, they stand far off. Those seeking my soul lay traps, and those seeking after evil to me, they speak woes. The entire day they mumble deceptions. Yet I am like a deaf man. I do not hear, and like a mute who does not open his mouth. So I have become like a man who is not hearing, in whose mouth there are no reproofs. But on you, O Yahweh, have I placed my hope. You yourself shall answer, O Yahweh, my Elohim. For I pleaded, otherwise they might rejoice against me. When my feet slip, they would magnify themselves over me. But I am prepared for limping, and my pain is in front of me continually. For I shall profess my depravity. I am anxious because of my sin. Yet those being my enemies gratuitously, they are plentiful, and those hating me falsely have multiplied. Those repaying evil for good, they are my adversaries in my pursuit of the good. Do not forsake me, O Yahweh. My Elohim, do not be far from me. Do hurry to my help, O Yahweh, my salvation. Permanent for acclamation, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 39, I said, I shall indeed keep my ways from sinning with my tongue. I shall indeed place a muzzle over my mouth, as long as anyone wicked is in front of me. I have become mute in stillness. I hushed even from what is good. Yet my pain, it was troubled more. My heart kindled warm within me. A fire consumed in my soliloquy. I spoke with my tongue. Acquaint me, O Yahweh, with my end and the measure of my days what it is. Do let me realize how quickly my leaving off can be. Behold, you have made my days as handbreadths, and my transient lifetime is as nothing in front of you. Yea, all of humanity standing up is altogether a transitory breath. Interlude. Yea, man walks about, merely an image. Yea, they clamor about in vain. He piles up goods, but does not know who will be gathering them in. And now, what do I expect, O Yahweh? My waiting, it is for you. Rescue me from all my transgressions. Do not constitute me the reproach of the decadent one. I have become mute. I shall not open my mouth, for you yourself have acted. Withdraw your touch from me. I am exhausted from the stirring up of your hand. You have disciplined man with corrections for depravity, and what he has coveted, you are melting away like a moth. Yea, all of humanity is a transitory breath. Interlude. Do hear my prayer, O Yahweh, and do give ear to my imploring. Do not be deaf to my tears. For with you I am a sojourner, an alien settler like all my fathers. Take your probing heed from me that I may smile, ere I shall go away and be no more. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 40. Expectantly I have expected Yahweh, and he stretched out to me and heard my imploring. He brought me up from the cistern of tumult, from the miry mud. Then he raised my feet upon a crag. He has established my movement. Now he is putting a new song in my mouth, a hymn of praise to our Elohim. Many shall see it and shall fear, and they shall trust in Yahweh. Happy is the master who makes Yahweh his trust, and does not countenance the audacious or those swerving to a lie. Many are your marvelous works which you have done, O Yahweh, my Elohim, even your designs for us. There is no one arranging them for you. Should I tell and should I speak of them, they are more plentiful than could be numbered. Sacrifice and approach present you do not desire, yet a body have you prepared for me, both ears have you dug for me. The ascent offering and sin offering you do not ask for. Then I said, Behold, I have come. In the roll of the scroll it is written concerning me. I delight to do what is acceptable to you, my Elohim, and your law is in the midst of my internal parts. I bear tidings of righteousness in the vast assembly. Behold, I shall not close off my lips. O Yahweh, you know. Your righteousness I have not covered inside my heart. Your faithfulness and your salvation I have affirmed. I have not suppressed your benignity and your truth from the vast assembly. You, O Yahweh, may you not close off your compassion from me. Your benignity and your truth, may they continually preserve me. For evils have enveloped about me until there is no numbering. My depravities have overtaken me, so that I am not able to see. They are more plentiful than the hairs of my head, and my heart, it has forsaken me. Be pleased, O Yahweh, to rescue me. O Yahweh, do hurry to my help. May they be ashamed and abashed together who are seeking my soul to sweep it up. May they be turned away backward and be mortified, the ones desiring evil to me. May they be desolate in consequence of their shame, who are saying to me, Aha, aha. Let them be elated and rejoice in you, all who are seeking you. And let them say continually, May Yahweh be magnified, who are loving your salvation. Yet I am humble and needy. May Yahweh devise for me. My help and my deliverance are you. O my Elohim, do not delay. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm, chapter 41. Happy is he who is acting intelligently toward the poor and needy one. In a day of evil, Yahweh shall provide his escape. Yahweh, he shall guard him and preserve his life. He shall make him happy in the land, and he shall certainly not give him over to the soul's desires of his enemies. Yahweh, he shall brace him on the cot of sickness. You turn all his bedding in his illness. As for me, I said, O Yahweh, be gracious to me. Do heal my soul, for I have sinned against you. My enemies, they speak evil of me, saying, When shall he die and his name perish? And if one comes to see me, he speaks hypocrisy. His heart, it musters lawlessness to itself. He goes forth to those outside and speaks. Together all who are hating me whisper against me. Against me they are devising evil for me, saying, A decadent disease has been poured out upon him. Now that he has lain down, he shall not rise again. Even the man bidding me peace, in whom I trusted, who was eating my bread, he has magnified his heel against me. Yet you, O Yahweh, be gracious to me and raise me up, that I may surely repay them. By this I know that you delight in me, for my enemy is not shouting in triumph over me. As for me, in my integrity you uphold me, and you station me before you for the eon. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel, from the eon and unto the eon. Amen and amen. Permanent, scroll 2, contemplating for the sons of Korah. Chapter 42. As a deer is panting over the channels of water, so is my soul panting for you, O Elohim. My soul thirsts for Elohim, for the living El. When shall I come and appear before Elohim? My tears were my bread by day and night, while they said to me the entire day, Where is your Elohim? Do let me remember these things, while I am indeed pouring out my soul within me. How I would pass along with the assemblage. I would pilgrimage with them unto the house of Elohim, with voice of jubilant song and acclamation among the celebrating throng. Why are you prostrated, my soul, and why are you discomfited within me? Wait for Elohim, for I shall acclaim him further, the grand salvation of my countenance and my Elohim. My soul, it is prostrated within me. Therefore I am remembering you from the land of the Jordan and the peaks of Hermon, from the mount of Mizar. Abyss to abyss is calling in the sound of your cataracts. All your breakers and your billows, they pass over me. By day Yahweh enjoins his benignity, and by night his song is with me, a prayer to the El of my life. I say to El, my crag, Why have you forgotten me? Why must I walk in somberness under the oppression of the enemy? With murder against my bones, my foes reproached me, while they said to me the entire day, Where is your Elohim? Why are you prostrated, my soul, and why are you discomfited within me? Wait for Elohim, for I shall acclaim him further, the grand salvation of my countenance, and my Elohim. Chapter 43. Judge me, O Elohim, and do contend my cause against an unkind nation. From the man of deceit and iniquity, may you deliver me. For you are the Elohim of my stronghold. Why have you cast me off? Why must I walk in somberness under the oppression of the enemy? Send your light and your truth. Let them guide me. Let them bring me to your holy mountain and to your grand tabernacle. Then let me come to the altar of Elohim, to the El of my exultant rejoicing, and I shall acclaim you with the harp, O Elohim, my Elohim. Why are you prostrated, my soul, and why are you discomfited within me? Wait for Elohim, for I shall acclaim him further, the grand salvation of my countenance and my Elohim. Permanent for the sons of Korah, contemplating. Chapter 44. O Elohim, with our ears we have heard. Our fathers, they recounted it to us. The deed you effected in their days, in the days aforetime. You by your hand, you evicted the nations and you planted them there. You brought evil to the folk, and you sent them in. For neither by their sword did they tenant the land, nor did their arm bring salvation for them. But it was your right hand and your arm of power and the light of your countenance, for you held them dear. You are he, my king and my Elohim, who is determining the grand salvation of Jacob. By you we gored our foes. In your name we trampled those rising against us. Hence I shall neither trust in my bow, nor shall my sword bring me salvation. For you have saved us from our foes, and those hating us you have put to shame. In Elohim we will boast the entire day, and your name we shall acclaim for the eon. Interlude. Yet indeed now you have cast us off and are mortifying us. You do not go forth, O Elohim, among our hosts. You reverse us backward from the foe, and those hating us they rob for themselves. You give us up like the flock, for food, and among the nations you have winnowed us. You sell your people, yet not for wealth, nor are you increased by the price for them. You constitute us a reproach to our neighbors, a derision and a scoffing to those round about us. You constitute us a proverbial byword among the nations, a shaking of the head among the folk. The entire day my mortification is in front of me, and shame, it has covered my face, because of the voice of the reproacher and taunter, because of the face of the enemy and avenger. All this it has come on us, yet we have neither forgotten you, nor have we dealt falsely with your covenant. Our heart has not turned away backward, nor has our movement turned aside from your path. But you have crushed us as a place of monsters, and you cover us over with the shadow of death. If we had forgotten the name of our Elohim, and spread out our palms to an alien El, would not Elohim himself investigate this? For he is knowing the obscured secrets of the heart. For on your account we are killed the entire day. We are reckoned as a flock for slaughter. Do rouse. Why do you sleep, O Yahweh? Do awake. Do not cast us off permanently. Why are you concealing your face? Are you forgetting our humiliation and our oppression? For our soul has been prostrated to the soil. Our belly clings to the earth. Do arise as our help, and ransom us on account of your benignity. Permanent concerning elations for the sons of Korah, contemplating a song of darlings. Chapter 45. My heart bubbles over with good words. I shall recite my compositions concerning the king. My tongue is the pen of a swift scribe. You are lovely beyond the sons of humanity. Grace is poured out upon your lips. Therefore Elohim has blessed you for the eon. Gird your sword on your thigh, O master, your splendor and your honor, and in your honor prosper. Ride forth on behalf of truth and humility and righteousness. Then may your right hand direct you in fear-inspiring deeds. Your arrows being whetted, peoples beneath you shall they fall, struck in the heart of the king's enemies. Your throne, O Elohim, is for the eon and further. A scepter of equity is the scepter of your kingdom. You love righteousness and hate wickedness. Therefore Elohim, your Elohim has anointed you with the oil of elation beyond your partners. All your garments are myrrh and aloes and cassia. From ivory palaces, lutes rejoice you. Daughters of kings are among your precious ones. The consort is stationed at your right hand with certified gold of Ophir. Hear, daughter, and see, and stretch out your ear, and forget your people in the house of your father. The king yearns for your loveliness, for he is your Lord. Worship him. The daughter of Tyre comes with an approach present. The rich of the people are beseeching your presence. All glorious is the royal daughter while inside. Her clothing is with mountings of gold. In embroidered robes she is fetched to the king. The virgins, her associates, are behind her, being brought to her. They are fetched with joy and exultation. They come into the palace of the king. Instead of your fathers shall be your sons. You shall set them as chiefs through the entire earth. I shall indeed make your name remembered in every generation after generation. Therefore the peoples, they shall acclaim you for the eon and further. Permanent for the sons of Korah, concerning the eons, a song. Chapter 46. Elohim is our refuge and strength, a very providing help in distresses. Therefore we shall not fear when the earth is made to change, or when the mountains slide into the heart of the seas. Its waters clamor, they foam, the mountains quake at its swelling. Interlude a stream. Its rillets shall make the city of Elohim rejoice, the holiest grand tabernacle of the Supreme. Elohim is within it, it shall never slip. Elohim shall help it at the presence of the morning. The nations clamor, the kingdoms slip. He will give forth his voice, the earth shall dissolve. Yahweh of hosts is with us. Our impregnable retreat is the Elohim of Jacob. Interlude go, perceive the deeds of Yahweh, desolations which he has placed on the earth, who is making wars cease unto the end of the earth. He shall break the bow, and he cuts away the spear. He shall burn the battle carts with fire. Relax and know that I am Elohim. I shall be exalted among the nations. I shall be exalted in the earth. Yahweh of hosts is with us. Our impregnable retreat is the Elohim of Jacob. Permanent for the sons of Korah, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 47. All peoples applaud with the palm. Raise a joyful shout to Elohim with the voice of jubilant song. For Yahweh supreme is fear-inspiring, the great king over the entire earth. He subdued peoples under us, and folk under our feet. He chose our allotment for us, the pride of Jacob whom he loves. Interlude Elohim ascended with a shout, Yahweh with the sound of a trumpet. Make melody to Elohim. Make melody. Make melody to our king. Make melody. For Elohim is king of the entire earth. Make melody with intelligence. Elohim reigns over the nations. Elohim, he sits on his holy throne. The patrons of the peoples, they are gathered with the people of the Elohim of Abraham. For the prefects of the earth belong to Elohim. Exceedingly ascendant is he. A song, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Chapter 48. Great is Yahweh, and praised exceedingly in the city of our Elohim, his holy mountain. Lovely of undulation. The elation of the entire earth is Mount Zion, the flanks of the north, the town of the great king. Elohim, in her citadels, he is known as an impregnable retreat. For behold, the kings they congregated. They crossed over together. They themselves saw, so they were amazed. They were filled with panic. They hurried away. Quivering had taken hold of them there. Travail like one giving birth, like the east wind, which broke up the ships of Tarshish. Just as we had heard, so we saw, in the city of Yahweh of hosts, in the city of our Elohim. Elohim, he shall establish it for the eon. Interlude, O Elohim, we have mused upon your benignity within your temple. As is your name, O Elohim, so is your praise unto the ends of the earth. Your right hand is filled with righteousness. Mount Zion shall rejoice. The daughters of Judah shall exult on account of your judgments, O Yahweh. Go around Zion and do encompass her. Count off her towers. Set your heart on her rampart. Survey her citadels, that you may recount it to the next generation. For this is Elohim, our Elohim, for the eon and further. He himself shall lead us for the eons. Permanent for the sons of Korah, a psalm. Chapter 49. Hear this, all peoples. Give ear, all dwellers of this transience, both common sons of Adam and noted sons of man, the rich one and the needy one together. My mouth it shall speak wisdom, and the soliloquy of my heart understanding. I shall stretch out my ear to a proverb. I shall open out my enigma with a harp. Why should I fear in the days of evil, when the depravity of my circumventors it surrounds me, who are trusting in their estate and are boasting in the abundance of their riches? Yea, it shall not ransom, yea, ransom a man. Neither shall one pay to Elohim his sheltering ransom, for the ransom of his soul is too precious a price, and he shuns it for the eon, that he should live further, permanently, and not see the pit. Yet he sees wise ones, even they die. The stupid one, together with the irrational one, they perish, and they leave their estate to others. Their tombs are their houses for the eon, their tabernacles for generation after generation. Those who had called their grounds after their names. But the human in his self-esteem is not understanding at all. He is comparable to the beasts that are dumb. This is their way, their stupidity, and of those after them who approve of their mouthings. Interlude like a flock, they are set for the unseen. Death it shall graze on them. The upright shall sway over them in the morning. Their form is for decay, the unseen their residence. Yea, Elohim, he shall ransom my soul from the hand of the unseen, for he shall take hold of me. Interlude. Do not fear when a man is enriched, when the glory of his house is increased. For in his death he cannot take anything along. His glory shall not descend after him. For his soul, it was blessed in his lifetime, and they acclaim you while you are doing well for yourself. Yet he shall come unto the generation of his fathers. Unto permanence they shall not see light. The human in his self-esteem, he is not understanding. He is comparable to the beasts that are dumb. An Asaphic Psalm, chapter 50, Elohim, Yahweh. He speaks and calls to the earth from the rising of the sun unto its setting. From Zion, the consummation of loveliness, Elohim, he shines forth. Our Elohim shall come, and he shall certainly not be silent. Fire it shall devour before him, and round about him it is very tempestuous. He shall call to the heavens above and to the earth, to adjudicate his people. Gather my benign ones to me, contractors of a covenant with me by sacrifice. Then the heavens shall tell of his righteousness, for he, Elohim, is the judge. Interlude, do hear, my people, and do let me speak, Israel, and do let me testify against you. Elohim, your Elohim am I. Not for your sacrifices shall I reprove you, or for your ascent offerings in front of me continually. I shall not take a young bull from your household, or he-goats from your folds. For mine is every animal of the wildwood, and domestic beasts by the thousands on my mountains. I know every flyer of the heavens, and the mammal of the field is before me. If I were famishing, I would not speak to you, for the habitants is mine, and its fullness. Do I eat the flesh of sturdy beasts and drink the blood of he-goats? Sacrifice to Elohim, acclamation, and pay to the Supreme your vows. And call upon me in the day of distress. I shall liberate you, and you shall glorify me. Yet Elohim says to the wicked one, what is it to you to recount my statutes, or that you bear my covenant on your mouth? For you hate admonition, and you fling my words behind you. If you see a thief, you approve of him, and your portion is with those committing adultery. You have let loose your mouth into evil, and your tongue, it is paired with deceit. You speak shame against your brother. You give out scandal against your mother's son. You do these things, yet I keep silent. You imagine that I should become like you. I shall reprove you, and I shall indeed arrange the charge before your eyes. Now understand this, you who are forgetting Eloah, lest I should tear you to pieces, and there be no rescuer. The one sacrificing acclamation, he is glorifying me. Thus he orders his way so that I may show him the salvation of Elohim. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm. When Nathan the prophet came to him after he had come to Bathsheba, chapter 51, Be gracious to me, O Elohim, according to your benignity. According to your many compassions, wipe out my transgressions. Rinse me abundantly from my depravity, and from my sin cleanse me. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is in front of me continually. Against you alone have I sinned, and done what is evil in your eyes, so that you may be found righteous when you speak, and be cleared when you judge. Behold, I was with depravity when I was travailed in birth, and in sin when my mother conceived me. Behold, you delight in truth even in the hidden parts, and in the secret parts you cause me to know wisdom. Expiate me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Rinse me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Let me hear elation and rejoicing. Let the bones you have crushed exult. Conceal your face from my sins, and all my depravities wipe out. Create for me a clean heart, O Elohim, and renew within me an established spirit. Do not fling me from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Do restore to me the elation of your salvation, and stabilize me with a willing spirit. Let me teach transgressors your ways, that sinners may return to you. Rescue me from blood guilt, O Elohim, the Elohim of my salvation, that my tongue may be jubilant at your righteousness. O Yahweh, open my lips, that my mouth may tell forth your praise. For you are not delighting in sacrifice that I should give it. In a scent offering you are not holding dear. The sacrifices to Elohim are a broken spirit, a broken and crushed heart, O Elohim, you shall not despise. In your benevolence, do bring good to Zion. You shall build up the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall delight in righteous sacrifices, a scent offering and holy fumed offering. Then young bulls shall be offered up on your altar. Permanent contemplating, Davidic. When Doeg the Edomite came to tell Saul, saying to him, David has come to the house of Ahimelech. Chapter 52. Why are you boasting in evil, masterful man? Only the benignity of El lasts the entire day. Your tongue devises woes, like a honed razor, you who practice deceit. You love evil rather than good, falsehood rather than speaking righteousness. Interlude, you love all pernicious words, you, deceitful of tongue. But El, he shall break you down permanently, he shall rake you up and tear you out from your tent, and he will root you out from the land of the living. Interlude. Then the righteous shall see and fear, and they shall ridicule him and say, Here is the master who is not making Elohim his stronghold, and is trusting in the vastness of his riches. He is strengthening himself by his works of woe. Yet I am like an olive tree flourishing in the house of Elohim. I trust in the benignity of Elohim, which lasts for the eon and further. I shall acclaim you for the eon, for you have acted, and I shall expect in your name, for it is good, doing this in front of your benign ones. Permanent, concerning a chorus. Contemplating, Davidic. Chapter 53. The decadent one says in his heart, There is no Elohim. They have become corrupt and abhorrent with iniquity. There is no one doing good. Elohim, he gazes down from the heavens on the sons of humanity, to see whether there is anyone acting intelligently, anyone seeking after Elohim. Everyone has turned away. Together they are spoiled. There is no one doing good. There is not even one. Have they no knowledge, these contrivers of lawlessness, who are devouring my people as they would devour bread? They do not call upon Elohim. There they are afraid with alarm when no alarm is present. For Elohim, he disperses the bones of the foe, encamping against you. You put them to shame, for Elohim rejected them. Oh, that the grand salvation of Israel would come from Zion, when Elohim will reverse the captivity of his people. Let Jacob exult. Let Israel rejoice. Permanent, with accompaniments, contemplating, Davidic. When the Ziphites came and said to Saul, Is not David concealing himself among us? Chapter 54. O Elohim, save me by your name, and adjudicate me by your mastery. O Elohim, hear my prayer. Do give ear to the sayings of my mouth. For aliens they rise against me, and terrifiers, they seek my soul. They do not set Elohim in front of them. Interlude. Behold, Elohim is my helper. Yahweh is with the supporters of my soul. Let evil turn back against those who lie in wait for me. By your truth efface them. With a volunteer offering I shall indeed sacrifice to you. I shall acclaim your name, O Yahweh, for it is good. For he rescues me from all distress, and my eye sees the fate of my enemies. Permanent, with accompaniments. Contemplating, Davidic. Chapter 55. Do give ear, O Elohim, to my prayer, and do not obscure yourself from my supplication. Do attend to me and answer me. I am pressed down by my concern, and I am discomfited by the voice of the enemy, because of the pressure of the wicked. For they are slipping lawlessness upon me and are assailing me in anger. My heart, it is travailing within me, and dreadings of death, they have fallen upon me. Fear and quivering, it comes over me, and shuddering covers me. I said, Oh, that I had pinions like a dove. I would surely fly away and tabernacle in serenity. Behold, I would bolt away afar. I would lodge in the wilderness. Interlude, I would surely hurry to a place of deliverance for me, away from the gusting wind and from the tempest. Do away with them, O Yahweh. Befuddle their tongue, for I see violence and contention in the city. By day and night they go round about it on its walls, and lawlessness and misery are within it. Woes are within it, and fraud and deceit do not remove from its square. For it is not an enemy who is reproaching me. Then I could bear it. It is not one hating me who magnifies himself against me. Then I could conceal myself from him. But it is you, a mortal of my own rank, my mentor and my close acquaintance. We who together made sweet deliberation, we walked with the foregathering crowd in the house of Elohim. May death lure them away. May they descend to the unseen alive, for evils are among them in their sojourning. As for me, I am calling to Elohim, and Yahweh, he is saving me. Evening, morning, and noon I importune and clamor, and he hears my voice. He ransoms my soul in peace from the attack against me. Though many have come to be against me, El shall hear, and he shall answer them, even the one dwelling from aforetime. Interlude he in whom there are no changes, yet they do not fear Elohim. He has put forth his hands against those at peace with him. He has profaned his own covenant. Words from his mouth are slicker than clotted cream, yet an attack is planned in his heart. His words are more soothing than oil, yet they are unloosed swords. Fling your granted burden on Yahweh, and he himself shall sustain you. He shall not allow the righteous one to slip for the eon. And you, O Elohim, you shall bring them down to the well of ruin, these mortals of bloodshed and deceit, who shall not live half their days. As for me, I am trusting in you. Permanent concerning the mute dove. A Davidic inscribed psalm when the Philistines held him in Gath. Chapter 56. Be gracious to me, O Elohim, for a mortal gasps after me. All day long this fighting man is oppressing me. They gasp, those who lie in wait for me the entire day. For many are fighting against me haughtily. The day when I am fearing, I am trusting in you. In Elohim I am praising his word. In Elohim I trust, I shall not fear. What can flesh do to me? All day long they are wresting my words. All their devisings are against me for evil. They are stirring up plots. They are lurking. They are keeping track of my heel prints, as though they expected to take my soul. Mete out to them according to their lawlessness. In anger bring down the peoples, O Elohim. You yourself keep number of my wanderings. Do place my tears in your skin bottle. Are they not recorded in your scroll? Then my enemies shall turn away in the day I call out. This I know, that Elohim is for me. In Elohim I shall praise the word. In Yahweh I shall praise the word. In Elohim I trust, I shall not fear. What can a human do to me? O Elohim, I am under vows to you. I shall pay acclamation offerings to you. For you have rescued my soul from death, and not also my feet from foundering, that I may walk before Elohim in the light of the living. Permanent, do not bring ruin. A Davidic inscribed psalm. When he ran away from the face of Saul into the cave. Chapter 57. Be gracious to me, O Elohim, be gracious to me. For in you my soul takes refuge, and in the shadow of your wings shall I take refuge until the woes pass away. I am calling to Elohim supreme, to El who is perfecting for me. He shall send from the heavens and save me. He will reproach the one gasping after me. Interlude Elohim shall send his benignity and his faithfulness. My soul is in the midst of parent lions. Let me confidently lie among flaming foes, even sons of humanity. Their teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. O be exalted over the heavens, O Elohim. Let your glory be over the entire earth. They have prepared a net for my footsteps. My soul is bent down. They have dug a pit before me, yet they have fallen into its midst. Interlude. My heart is established, O Elohim. My heart is established. I shall sing and make melody. Do rouse my glory. Do rouse zither and harp. I shall rouse the dawn. I shall acclaim you among the peoples, O Yahweh. I shall make melody among the folk. For your benignity is great unto the heavens, and your faithfulness unto the skies. O be exalted over the heavens, O Elohim. Let your glory be over the entire earth. Permanent, do not bring ruin. A Davidic inscribed psalm. Chapter 58. Nevertheless, if you were truly pronouncing justice, you would judge with equity, sons of humanity. Indeed, in heart you are contriving iniquities. With your hands you are meting out violence on earth. From the womb the wicked are alienated. From the belly they stray, speaking a lie. Their venom is like the venom of a serpent, like a deaf cobra that has contracted its ear. that will not hearken to the sound of those intonating, or of one charming with wise charmings. O Elohim, demolish their teeth in their mouth. Wrench out the fangs of the sheltered lions, O Yahweh. May they melt like waters going away to their place. May he position his arrows that they be snipped off, like a slug melting away as it goes along. Like the stillborn of a woman, they will fail to perceive the sun. Ere their pots could detect the boxthorn fire, like a thistle, like a prickly acanthus, he shall toss him away in a hurricane. The righteous one shall rejoice when he perceives the vengeance. He shall bathe his footsteps in the blood of the wicked one. Then mankind shall say, Yea, there is fruit for the righteous one. Yea, there is an Elohim who is judging in the earth. Permanent, do not bring ruin. A Davidic inscribed psalm. When Saul sent, and they kept watch over the house to put him to death. Chapter 59. Rescue me from my enemies, O my Elohim. From those rising against me, may you make me impregnable. Rescue me from those contriving lawlessness, and from men of bloodshed, save me. For behold, they wait in ambush for my soul. Strong men are stirring up plots against me, but not for my transgression and not for my sin, O Yahweh. Without depravity of mind, they are running and preparing themselves. Do rouse to meet me and see this. Yea, you, O Yahweh, Elohim of hosts, Elohim of Israel. Do awake to call all the nations to account. Do not be gracious to any who are treacherous with lawlessness. Interlude. They are returning each evening, clamoring like curs, and going round about the city. Behold, they are uttering growls with their mouth. Swords are on their lips, saying, Who is hearing? Yet you, O Yahweh, you shall ridicule them. You shall deride all the nations. O my strength, I will keep watch for you, for Elohim is my impregnable retreat. The Elohim of benignity to me, he shall go before me. Elohim, he shall let me see the fate of those who lie in wait for me. Do not kill them, lest my people should forget. By your potent power, make them rove and bring them down, O our shield Yahweh. For the sin of their mouth, the word of their lips, may they be seized in their pomp. And because of the execration and sham which they are rehearsing, finish them in fury. Finish them until they are no more. Then they shall know that Elohim is ruler in Jacob to the limits of the earth. Interlude, they are returning each evening, clamoring like curs, and going round about the city. They shall rove for food, and if they are not satisfied, then they shall grumble. But as for me, I shall sing of your strength and be jubilant each morning over your benignity. For you are the impregnable retreat for me, and my haven in the day of my distress. O my strength, to you am I making melody. For Elohim is my impregnable retreat, Elohim of benignity to me. Permanent concerning elation, a testimony, a Davidic inscribed psalm for teaching. When he ravaged Aram Naharaim in the Syrian Zobah, and Joab returned and smote Edom in the Salt Ravine, 12,000. Chapter 60. O Elohim, you have cast us off. You have breached forth upon us. You have been angry. May you turn back to us. You have made the earth quake. You have riven it. Heal its breaks, for it has slipped. You have shown your people hardship. You have made us drink wine of tremoring. You have given a banner to those fearing you for flight from the face of the bow. Interlude that your beloved ones may be liberated. Do save with your right hand, and so answer me. Elohim, he has spoken in his holiness. I shall indeed ascend. I shall indeed apportion out Shechem, and I shall measure off the vale of Succoth. Mine is Gilead, and mine is Manasseh, and Ephraim is the stronghold of my head. Judah is my statute maker. Moab is my wash basin. Unto Edom shall I fling my sandal. Over Philistia shall I shout in triumph. Who shall escort me to the fortified city? Who will guide me unto Edom? O Elohim, have you yourself not cast us off? And shall you not go forth, O Elohim, with our hosts? Do grant to us help from distress, for salvation from a human is futile. With Elohim shall we do valiantly, for he himself shall trample our foes. Permanent, with accompaniment Davidic. Chapter 61. Do hear my appeal, O Elohim. Do attend to my prayer. From the outmost part of the land am I calling to you, while my heart droops. Guide me to a rock that is higher than I. For you have become my refuge, a strong tower before the face of the enemy. Let me sojourn in your tent for the eons. Let me take refuge in the concealment of your wings. Interlude for you, O Elohim, you have hearkened to my vows. You have given me the tenancy of those fearing your name. Add days to the days of the king, his years for generation after generation. May he dwell for the eon before Elohim. Assign benignity and faithfulness that they may preserve him. So let me make melody to your name for the future, to pay my vows day by day, permanent for acclamation, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 62. Only in Elohim is my soul stilled. From him comes my salvation. He only is my rock and my salvation, my impregnable retreat. I shall not slip more. How long shall you foes be hostile against a man, all of you, that you may murder him, as though he were a slanting sidewall or a foundering stone dike? They intrigue only to trip him up from his dignity. They approve of lies. With their mouth they bless. Yet within them they are maledicting. Interlude only in Elohim, be still my soul. For from him comes my expectation. He only is my rock and my salvation, my impregnable retreat. I shall not slip. On Elohim rests my salvation and my glory. The rock of my strength, my refuge is in Elohim. Trust in him at all times, people. Pour out your heart before him. Elohim is our refuge. Interlude, common sons of Adam are only a transitory breath, noted sons of man a lie. If brought up on the scales, they are less than a transitory breath altogether. Do not trust in extortion and in pillage. Do not place vain hope. Though your estate be producing, do not set your heart on it. Once Elohim has spoken, 2 times have I heard this, that strength belongs to Elohim, and to you, O Yahweh, belongs benignity. For you yourself shall pay each man according to his deeds. A Davidic psalm, when he was in the wilderness of Judah. Chapter 63. O Elohim, you are my El. Early am I seeking you. My soul thirsts for you. My flesh craves for you, like a land arid and faint without water. So longing in the sanctuary, I envisioned you, beholding your strength and your glory. For your benignity is better than life itself. My lips, they shall laud you. So shall I bless you in all my life. In your name shall I lift up my palms, as with fatness and richness my soul shall be satisfied, and with jubilant lips my mouth shall praise. When I remember you on my birth, in night vigils shall I soliloquize about you. For you became my help, and in the shadow of your wings shall I be jubilant. My soul clings to you. Your right hand upholds me. As for those who are seeking my soul for its ruination, may they come into the nether parts of the earth. Those who would topple him down by means of the sword, may they become an assigned portion for jackals. Yet the king, he is rejoicing in Elohim. Everyone who is swearing by him shall boast, but the mouth of those speaking falsehood shall be held in check. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 64. Hear, O Elohim, my voice and my concern. From alarm of the enemy preserve my life. Conceal me from the deliberation of evildoers, from the foregathering of the contrivers of lawlessness, who whet their tongue like a sword. They position their arrow a bitter word to shoot at the flawless from concealment. Suddenly they shoot at him and do not fear. They are encouraging themselves in an evil matter. They are recounting plans to bury traps. They say, who shall see us? They are searching into iniquity, saying, we will finish a thorough search. The inward thought of each in the heart are deep. Yet Elohim shall shoot an arrow at them. Suddenly smitings will come on them, and they shall stumble by it, their own tongue against them. All seeing them shall bolt away, and every human shall fear. Then they shall tell of Elohim's deeds, and will contemplate his handiwork. The righteous one shall rejoice in Yahweh, and he will take refuge in him, and all the upright of heart shall praise. Permanent, a Davidic psalm, a song. Chapter 65. To you behooves praise, O Elohim, in Zion, and to you shall be paid the vow in Jerusalem. O hearer of prayer, unto you all flesh shall come. When matters of depravity have mastery over us, our transgressions, you yourself shall make a propitiatory shelter for them. Happy is he whom you are choosing and are bringing near. He shall tabernacle in your courts. We shall be surfeited with the goodness of your house, the holiness of your temple. By fear-inspiring deeds shall you answer us in righteousness, O Elohim of our salvation. Trust of all the ends of the earth in the sea afar, establishing the mountains by his vigor, being belted with mastery, becalming the tumult of the seas, the tumult of their billows and clamor of the folk. And the dwellers of the ends shall fear because of your signs. The breaking forth of the morning and evening you shall cause to be jubilant. You will supervise the land and shall make it flourish. Much shall you enrich it. The rillet of Elohim it will fill with water. You shall provide their grain, for thus shall you prepare it. Soak its furrows, settling its slashes. With showers shall you soften it. Its sprouting shall you bless. You will crown the year with your goodness, and your rounds they shall drip with richness. The oases of the wilderness shall drip richly, and with exultation the hills shall be girded. The meadows will be clothed with the flock. In the vales they shall droop with cereal grain. They shall raise a joyful shout. Indeed, they shall sing, permanent, a song, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 66, raise a joyful shout to Elohim, all the earth. Make melody for the glory of his name. Make glorious his praise. Say to Elohim, how fear-inspiring are your doings. Because of the vastness of your strength, your enemies shall cower before you. All the earth shall bow down to you, and shall make melody to you. They shall make melody to your name. Interlude, come and see the deeds of Elohim. His activity is fear-inspiring to the sons of humanity. He turns the sea to dry ground. In the stream they are passing on foot. There let us rejoice in him. Ruling by his mastery for the eon, his eyes shall watch among the nations. Let not the stubborn exalt themselves. Interlude, bless our Elohim, peoples, and make the sound of his praise heard. The one placing our souls among the living, and who does not allow our feet to slip. For you test us, O Elohim. You refine us like the refining of silver. You bring us into a fastness. You place pressure on our waists. You cause a mortal to ride over our head. We come through fire and through water, yet you are bringing us forth into satiation. I shall come to your house with ascent offerings. I shall pay my vows to you, concerning which my lips opened wide, and my mouth spoke in my distress. Ascent offerings of the full fed shall I bring up to you with the fumes of rams. I shall offer the ox with he-goats. Interlude. Come here, all who fear Elohim, and let me recount what he does for my soul. To him I call with my mouth, and he is exalted with my tongue. If I had regarded lawlessness in my heart, Yahweh would not hear, but Elohim surely hears and attends to the sound of my prayer. Blessed be Elohim, who neither takes away my prayer, nor withholds his benignity from me. Permanent with accompaniments, a Davidic psalm, a song. Chapter 67, Elohim, may he be gracious to us and bless us. May he light up his face toward us. Interlude, in knowing your way in the earth, your salvation among all nations. May the peoples acclaim you, O Elohim. May the peoples acclaim you, all of them. May the folk rejoice and be jubilant. For you shall judge the peoples with equity, and you shall guide the folk in the earth. Interlude, may the peoples acclaim you, O Elohim. May the peoples acclaim you, all of them. The earth, it has given its crop. Elohim, our Elohim, is blessing us. Elohim is blessing us, and all the limits of the earth shall fear him. Permanent, a Davidic psalm, a song. Chapter 68, Elohim shall arise. His enemies shall be scattered, and those hating him shall flee from his presence. Like the whisking away of smoke shall they be whisked away, like the melting of wax from the face of fire. So shall the wicked perish from the presence of Elohim. Yet the righteous, they shall rejoice. They shall be glad before Elohim, and they shall be elated with rejoicing. Sing to Elohim, make melody to his name. Make a highway in the plains for the rider. In Yah, his name, be joyous before him, the father of orphans and adjudicator of widows. Elohim in his holy habitation. Elohim is causing the lonely to dwell at home, bringing forth the bound into successes, but the stubborn tabernacle in a glaring land. O Elohim, at your going forth before your people, at your march in the desolation, interlude, the earth quaked. Indeed, the heavens dropped at the presence of Elohim, As Sinai was in commotion at the presence of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel, a liberal downpour were you waving, O Elohim. Your allotment, when it was tired, you yourself established it. Your living ones, they will dwell in it. You are providing in your goodness for the humble, O Elohim. Yahweh himself gave the saying. The women who bore the tidings were a vast host. Kings of hosts, they bolted away, and she in the homestead house apportioned the loot. Though you may lie between the hearthstones, the dove's wings are overspread with silver, and her pinions with greenish gold dust. When he who suffices spread kings about in it, it snowed in Zalman. The mountain of Elohim is the mountain of Bashan. A lofty mountain is the mountain of Bashan. Why are you looking askance, lofty mountains? At the mountain Elohim covets for his dwelling. Indeed, Yahweh himself shall tabernacle there permanently. The chariots of Elohim are myriads, repeated thousands. Yahweh is among them, as in Sinai in the holy place. You ascend on high, you capture captivity, you apportion gifts among mankind, and also for the stubborn, to tabernacle with Yah Elohim. Blessed be Yahweh. Day by day shall he lay good upon us, the El of our salvation. Interlude, our El is an El of grand salvation. And to Yahweh my Lord belong the exits from death. Yea, Elohim himself shall transfix the head of his enemies, the hairy scalp of him who walks in his guilty acts. Yahweh has said, I shall restore from Bashan, I shall restore from the swamps of the sea, that you may bathe your foot in blood, and the tongue of your curs may have its assignment of the enemies. They have seen your processions, O Elohim, the processions of my El, my king in the sanctuary. Singers proceed, after them the players, in the midst of the damsels playing the tambourine. Bless Elohim in the great assembly, Yahweh from the fountain of Israel. There Benjamin the junior is holding sway over them, the chiefs of Judah and their great foregathering, the chiefs of Zebulun, the chiefs of Naphtali. Your Elohim has determined your strength. O Elohim, do strengthen this that you have effected for us from your temple at Jerusalem. Let kings fetch an indemnity to you. Rebuke the animal of the reeds, the crowd of sturdy beasts among the calves of the peoples, debasing themselves for gold, ore, and silver. Dissipate the peoples who are delighting in attacks. Let envoys arrive from Egypt. Let Cush run with its hands stretched out to Elohim. Kingdoms of the earth, sing to Elohim. Make melody to Yahweh. Interlude to the rider in the heavens of heavens aforetime. Behold, he shall send out his voice, a strong voice. Ascribe strength to Elohim. Over Israel is his augustness, and his strength is in the skies. Fear-inspiring is Elohim from his grand sanctuary. The El of Israel, he gives strength and staunchness to his people. Blessed be Elohim. Permanent, concerning elations, Davidic. Chapter 69, Save me, O Elohim, for waters come unto my soul. I sink in the mire of a swamp, and there is no standing ground. I come into deep waters, and the surge engulfs me. I am weary with all my calling. My throat is parched. My eyes have failed, waiting for my Elohim. Multiplied more than the hairs of my head are those hating me gratuitously. Plentiful are those seeking to efface me, my enemies dealing falsely. Must I restore then what I have not pillaged? O Elohim, you know my folly, and my guilty acts are not suppressed from you. Let not those expecting you be put to shame through me, O my Lord, Yahweh of hosts. Let not those seeking you be mortified through me, O Elohim of Israel. For on your account I bear reproach. Mortification covers my face. I have become an alien to my brothers and a foreigner to the sons of my mother. For the zeal of your house it devours me, and the reproaches of those reproaching you, they fall on me. When I lament by the fasting of my soul, it becomes a reproach against me. When I make my clothing of sackcloth, I become a proverb to them. Those sitting in the gateway are mulling over me, and those drinking intoxicants make me the accompaniment of their songs. As for me, my prayer is to you, O Yahweh, for a season acceptable. O Elohim, in your great benignity, answer me with the faithfulness of your salvation. Rescue me from the mud and let me not sink. Let me be rescued from those hating me and from the depths of the waters. Let not the surge of the water be engulfing me. Let not the swamp be swallowing me up, and let not the well be blocking off its mouth over me. Answer me, O Yahweh, for your benignity is good. Turn toward me according to your many compassions. Do not conceal your face from your servant, for distress is mine. Quickly answer me. Do come near to my soul and redeem it. On account of my enemies, ransom me. You yourself know my reproach and my shame and my mortification. In front of you are all my foes. Reproach, it has broken my heart, and I do feel my mortality. I expect one to sympathize, and there is none, and look for comforters, yet I find not one. They give me poison in my repast, and for my thirst they cause me to drink vinegar. Let their table become a trap before them, and a repayment and a snare. Let their eyes be darkened, kept from seeing, and let their waist totter continually. Pour out your indignation upon them, and let your hot anger overtake them. Let their domicile become desolate. Let no one be dwelling in their tents. For you they persecute those whom you have smitten, and they are recounting the pain of those wounded by you. Do bestow depravity on their depravity, and let them not come into your righteousness. Let them be wiped out from the scroll of life, and let them not be written with the righteous. I am humble and pained. Your salvation, O Elohim, may it make me impregnable. I shall praise the name of Elohim with a song, and I shall magnify him with acclamation. It shall be better to Yahweh than a plowing ox or a young bull, horned and hoofed. The humble will see, and they shall rejoice. All those seeking after Elohim, let your heart revive. For Yahweh is hearkening to the needy, and he does not despise his prisoners. Let the heavens and the earth praise him, the seas and all moving about in them. For Elohim, he shall save Zion, and he shall rebuild the cities of Judah. Then they will dwell there and tenant it, and to the seed of his servants shall they allot it, and those loving his name, they shall tabernacle in it. Permanent Davidic for remembrance. Chapter 70. O Elohim, come to rescue me. O Yahweh, do hurry to my help. May they be ashamed and abashed, who are seeking my soul. May they be turned away backward and mortified, the ones desiring evil to me. May they turn back in consequence of their shame, who are saying to me, Aha, aha. Let them be elated and rejoice in you, all who are seeking you. And let them say continually, May Elohim be magnified, those loving your salvation. Yet I am humble and needy. O Elohim, do hurry to me. My help and my deliverance are you. O Yahweh, do not delay. Chapter 71. In you, O Yahweh, I take refuge. Let me not be ashamed for the eon. In your righteousness, rescue me and deliver me. Stretch out your ear to me and save me. Become mine for a rock, a stronghold to come to continually. You have determined to save me, for you are my crag and my fastness. My Elohim, deliver me from the hand of the wicked, from the clutch of the iniquitous and violent one. For you are my expectation, O my Lord Yahweh, my trust from my youth. By you have I been supported from the belly. From the internal parts of my mother, you have been my strength. In you is my praise continually. I have become like a portent to many, yet you are my strong refuge. My mouth is filled with your praise, the entire day with your beauty. Do not fling me away at the time of my old age. When my vigor is exhausted, do not forsake me. For my enemies commune against me, and those keeping watch against my soul intrigue together, saying, Elohim himself has forsaken him. Pursue and grasp him, for there is no rescuer. O Elohim, do not be far from me. My Elohim, do hurry to my help. Let the adversaries of my soul be ashamed and finished. Let those seeking evil to me be muffled with reproach and mortification. As for me, I shall continually wait, and I will add unto all your praise. My mouth it shall recount your righteousness the entire day, your salvation, for I do not know their number. I shall come with praise of the masterful deeds of my Lord. O Yahweh, I shall mention your righteousness, yours alone. O Elohim, you have taught me from my youth, and hitherto am I telling of your marvelous works. Even when I am old and gray-haired, O Elohim, do not forsake me, until I should tell of your arm of power to the next generation, of your mastery to all who shall come. Your righteousness, O Elohim, reaches unto the height, you who have done great things. O Elohim, who is like you? You who have made me see distresses, many and evil. You shall turn back. You shall revive me. You shall turn back. You shall bring me up from the abyss of the earth. You shall increase your greatness, and you shall surround and comfort me. I shall acclaim you for your faithfulness, with the zither instrument, my Elohim. I shall indeed make melody to you with the harp, O Holy One of Israel. My lips shall be jubilant when I indeed make melody to you, even my soul which you have ransomed. Moreover, my tongue shall soliloquize of your righteousness the entire day, for they will be ashamed. Indeed, those seeking evil to me will be abashed. Solomonic. Chapter 72. O Elohim, bestow your right judgment on the king, and your righteousness on the son of the king. May he adjudicate your people with righteousness, and your humble ones with right judgment. The mountains shall bear peace for the people, and the hills blossom with righteousness. He shall redress the humble of the people. He shall save the sons of the needy one, and crush the exploiter. He shall abide long as the sun and before the moon, in a generation of generations. He shall descend like rain on the grassland, like showers drenching the earth. Righteousness shall bud in his days, and abundant peace until the moon is no more. He shall hold sway from sea unto sea, and from the stream unto the limits of the earth. Before him his foes shall bow, and his enemies they shall lick up the soil. The kings of Tarshish and the coastlands, they shall render a tributary present. The kings of Sheba and Seba, they shall offer levy. And all the kings shall bow down to him, all nations they shall serve him. For he shall rescue the needy one imploring, and the humble one, when there is no helper for him. He shall be a refuge for the poor and needy one, and the souls of the needy shall he save. From fraud and from violence shall he redeem their soul, and their blood shall be precious in his eyes. And he shall be living. One shall give to him from Sheba's gold, and one shall pray about him continually. The entire day shall bless him. There shall come to be a plenitude of cereal in the earth to the summit of the mountains. Its fruit shall rustle like Lebanon, and they of the city shall blossom like herbage of the earth. His name shall remain for the eon. Before the sun shall his name be propagated, and all nations shall bless themselves in him and call him happy. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel, doing marvelous works by himself alone, and blessed be his glorious name for the eon. The entire earth shall be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, son of Jesse, are ended. Scroll 3 in a Sapphic Psalm. Chapter 73. Surely Elohim is good to Israel, to those who are pure of heart. As for me, my feet had almost turned aside. My movement was nearly made useless. For I was jealous of those who are boasting. I was seeing the well-being of the wicked. For there are no hindrances for them. Robust and plump is their physique. They are not involved in the toil of a mortal, and they are not touched by ills with humanity. Wherefore pride is their necklace. Violence is draping about them like a burnous. Their eyes protrude from fat. Vain fancies pass through their heart. They belittle and speak with evil intent. From their height they are plotting extortion. They set their mouth in the heavens, and their tongue is going about the earth. Wherefore his people are turning away thither, and waters of intemperance are being wrung out by them. And they say, how can El know? And is there knowledge in the Supreme? Behold, these are the wicked, even these at Ezionian, who make their estate huge. Surely for naught have I purged my heart, and have been washing my palms in innocency. I am touched by ills the entire day, and my correction begins in the mornings. If I had said, I shall indeed endorse things like this, behold, I would be treacherous to a generation of your sons. When I am attempting to realize this, it is toil in my eyes, until I am coming to the grand sanctuary of El. Then I am understanding what is in their hereafter. Surely you shall set them down in slippery places. You will cast them into ruinations. How they will become a desolation, as in a moment. They will be swept up. They will be finished by decadence. Like a dream when one is waking, O Yahweh, when rousing, you shall lay waste their phantom. For my heart was soured, and in my innermost being I was pricked. I was irrational, and I was ignorant. I became like the beast before you. Yet I am continually with you. You hold me by my right hand. By your counsel are you guiding me, and afterward you shall take me into glory. Who do I have in the heavens but you? And besides you, none do I desire on earth. Exhausted is my brawn and my heart. The rock of my heart and my portion is Elohim for the eon. For behold, those who are far from you, they shall perish. You will efface all who prostitute away from you. As for me, it is good for me to be near Elohim. I have set my refuge in my Lord Yahweh, to recount all your praises in the gateways of the daughter of Zion. Contemplating a Sapphic. Chapter 74. Why, O Elohim, have you cast us off permanently? Shall your anger smolder long against the flock of your pasture? Remember your congregation, which you acquired aforetime, which you redeemed as the tribe of your allotment, Mount Zion, in which you tabernacled. Do raise up your footsteps unto the permanent ruinations, all the evil the enemy has done in the sanctuary. Your foes roar within your appointed place. They set up their ensigns as signs. They hack to pieces like men wielding upward with hatchets into a thicket of trees. And now its engraved panels all together, they are battering with crowbar and bills. They send up your sanctuary in fire. Down to the earth they profane the tabernacle of your name. They say in their heart, we shall tyrannize them together. They burn all the appointed places of El in the land. Our signs we cannot see. There is no prophet anymore, and not one of us is knowing what is still ahead. How long, O Elohim, shall the foe reproach? Shall the enemy spurn your name permanently? Why are you turning back your hand, even your right hand? Take it from within your bosom and finish them. Yet Elohim is my king from aforetime, who is effecting saving works within the earth. You yourself partitioned the sea by your strength. You broke the heads of the sea monsters in the waters. You yourself bruised the heads of the dragon. You gave it as food to a people, to desert tribes. You yourself rent open spring and watercourse. You yourself dried up the perennial streams. Yours is the day, indeed yours is the night. You yourself established the luminary and the sun. You yourself set up all the boundaries of the earth. Summer and winter, you yourself formed them. Remember this, the enemy, he has reproached you, O Yahweh, and the decadent people, they have spurned your name. Do not give the soul of your turtle dove to the wild animals. Do not forget the life of your humble ones permanently. Look to your covenant, for haunts of violence fill the dark places of the land. Do not let the crushed one turn away mortified. The humble and needy one, may they praise your name. Do rise, O Elohim, do contend your cause. Remember the reproach against you the entire day by the decadent. Do not forget the voice of your foes. The tumult of those rising against you is ascending continually. Permanent, do not bring ruin, and a Sapphic psalm, a song. Chapter 75. We acclaim you, O Elohim. We acclaim, for your name is near. Your marvelous works recounted. You say, when I take up the appointed time, I myself shall judge with equity. Though the earth is undermined, and all those dwelling in it, I myself steady its columns. Interlude I say to those boasting, do not boast. And to the wicked, do not exalt the horn. You must not exalt your horn to the heights, or speak with an impertinent neck. For no one from the sun's coming forth or from the west, and no one from the wilderness can exalt a man. For it is Elohim who is judging. This one he is abasing, and this one he is exalting. For a cup is in the hand of Yahweh, and the wine foams. It is fully blended, and he shall spill this out. Yea, its lees shall all the wicked of the earth squeeze and drink. As for me, I shall exult for the eon. I shall indeed make melody to the Elohim of Jacob. And I shall hew down all the horns of the wicked. The horns of the righteous shall be exalted. Permanent with accompaniments and a Sapphic psalm, a song. Chapter 76. He who is known in Judah is Elohim. In Israel his name is great. His covert is in Salem, and his habitation in Zion. There he breaks the flaming arrows of the bow, the shield and sword and battle weapon. Interlude resplendent are you, more noble than the mountain ranges of prey. The sturdy of heart are looted, they slumber in their sleep, and none of the men of valor can use their hands. At your rebuke, O Elohim of Jacob, stupefied are both rider and horse. You, indeed, you are fear-inspiring, And who may stand before you from the strength of your anger? From the heavens have you announced adjudication. The earth it feared and was quiet, when Elohim rose for judgment, to save all the humble of the earth. Interlude for the fury of humanity, it is acclaiming you. The remainder of the fury, it shall celebrate to you. Vow and pay to Yahweh your Elohim. Let all who are around him fetch an indemnity to the fear-inspiring one. He shall restrict the spirit of governors, he who is fear-inspiring to the kings of the earth. Permanent for acclamation and a Sapphic psalm. Chapter 77. My voice went forth to Elohim. Do let me cry out. My voice went forth to Elohim, that he would give ear to me. In the day of my distress I sought after Yahweh. At night my hand was stirred up in prayer, and it would not give way. My soul refused to be consoled. I indeed remembered Elohim, yet I was deeply discomfited. I indeed meditated, yet my spirit drooped. Interlude. You held open the guardians of my eyes. I was agitated, and I could not speak. I took account of the days from aforetime, the years of the eons, saying, Do let me remember my soliloquy in the night. Do let me meditate with my heart. So my spirit searched, saying, Shall Yahweh cast off for the eons? And shall he not continue to be benevolent anymore? Has his benignity reached its limit permanently? Has the promise reached an end for generation after generation? Has El forgotten to be gracious? Or has he shut off his compassions in anger? Interlude. Yet I am saying, this is the ground of my beseeching, the years of the right hand of the Supreme. I shall remember the activities of Yah. Indeed, I shall remember your marvelous works from aforetime. Thus I soliloquize on all your deeds, and on your activities do let me meditate. O Elohim, your way is in holiness. Who is a great El like our Elohim? You are the El who performed a marvel. You made your strength known among the peoples. With your arm of power you redeemed your people, the sons of Jacob and Joseph. Interlude. The waters saw you, O Elohim. The waters saw you, and they travailed. Indeed, the abyss was disturbed. Thick clouds were made to storm down waters. The skies cast forth their voice. Indeed, your arrows they flew about. The voice of your thunder was in the cyclone. Lightning bolts lit up the habitants. The earth was disturbed and quaked. Your way was through the sea, and your trails led through vast waters. Yet your heel prints were not known. You guided your people like a flock, by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Contemplating a Sapphic. Chapter 78. Do give ear, my people, to my law. Stretch out your ear to the sayings of my mouth. I will open my mouth with a proverb. I will indeed utter enigmas from aforetime, which we have heard and we know them. And our fathers, they have recounted to us. We shall not suppress them from their sons. Recounting to the next generation the praises of Yahweh, and his strength and his marvelous works that he has done. For he set up a testimony in Jacob, and he placed a law in Israel, which he enjoined on our fathers to make them known to their sons, that the next generation may know, the sons who shall be born, they shall rise and recount them to their sons. Thus they shall place their confidence in Elohim, and they shall not forget the activities of El, and his instructions shall they preserve. Then they shall not become like their fathers, a generation stubborn and rebellious, a generation that had neither established its heart, nor was its spirit faithful to El. The sons of Ephraim, though weaponed archers, they turned back in the day of attack. They did not keep the covenant of Elohim, and in his law they refused to walk. They forgot his activities and his marvelous works that he had shown them. In front of their fathers he had performed a marvel. In the land of Egypt, the field of Zoan, he rent the sea and caused them to pass over, and he made the waters stand up like a waterspout. He guided them with a cloud by day, and all the night with a light of fire. He rent rocks in the wilderness, and let them drink as from the abyss abundantly. He brought forth floods from a crag, and he made the water descend like streams. Yet they continued still to sin against him, to rebel against the Supreme in an arid place. They probed El in their heart by requesting food for their soul. So they spoke against Elohim. They said, Is El able to arrange a table in the wilderness? Behold, he smote the rock, and waters gushed out, and the watercourses they overflowed. But is he able to give bread, or can he prepare meat for his people? Wherefore Yahweh heard, and he was enraged, and a fire, it was ignited against Jacob, and indeed anger, it ascended against Israel. For they did not believe in Elohim, and they did not trust in his salvation. Yet he enjoined the skies above, and the double doors of the heavens he opened. He rained on them manna to eat, and grain of the heavens he gave them. Each one ate bread of sturdy ones. He sent provision to them, to satisfaction. He made an east wind to journey in the heavens, and he drove forth a south wind by his strength. So he rained meat on them like dust, and the winged flyer like sand of the seas. And he cast them down within his camp, round about his grand tabernacle. They ate and were surfeited exceedingly, and he brought all their yearning to them. Yet they were not alienated from their yearning. Their food was still in their mouth. When the anger of Elohim, it ascended against them. He killed the stoutest of them, and the choice ones of Israel he cut off. In spite of all this, they still sinned, and believed not in his marvelous works. So he ended their days in failure, and their years in panic. Whenever he killed them, then they sought after him, and they returned and sought early for El. Then they remembered that Elohim is their rock, and El Supreme is their Redeemer. Yet they would entice him with their mouth and lie to him with their tongue. Their heart it was not established before him, and they were not faithful to his covenant. Yet he was compassionate. He made a propitiatory shelter for depravity, and he did not bring ruin. He acted many times to reverse his anger, and he would not rouse all his fury. He ever remembered that they were flesh, a wind going that is not returning. How often they defied him in the wilderness. They grieved him in the desolation. They were turning back and probing El, and the Holy One of Israel they set as a mark. They did not remember his hand, the day when he ransomed them from the foe, when he placed his signs in Egypt, and his miracles in the field of Zoan. He turned their waterways to blood, so they could drink from their flowings no more. He sent a mixture of flies among them, and it devoured them, and the frog plague, and it ruined them. He gave their crop over to the beetle, and the fruit of their labor to the locust. He killed their vine with hail, and their mulberry trees with sleet. He closed their livestock over to hail, and their cattle to siroccoes. He sent upon them the heat of his anger, rage and indignation and distress, a mission of the messengers of evils, who aligned a track for his anger. He did not keep back their soul from death, and he closed their life over to the plague. Then he smote every firstborn in Egypt, the beginning of virility in the tents of Ham. But he made his people to journey like a flock, and he led them like a drove in the wilderness. He guided them in trust, and they were not afraid. Yet the sea covered their enemies. Thus he brought them to his holy territory, this hill country that his right hand had acquired. He drove out the nations before them, and he allocated to them their allotment by the line. He caused Israel's tribes to tabernacle in their tents. Yet they probed and defied Elohim Supreme, and his testimonies they did not keep. They were turned away and treacherous like their fathers. They were warped like a deceptive bow. They provoked him to vexation with their high places, and with their carvings they made him jealous. Elohim heard, and he was enraged, and he utterly rejected Israel. Then he abandoned the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent he had made to tabernacle among humanity. He sent his strength into captivity, and his beauty into the hand of the foe. He closed his people over to the sword, and with his allotment he was enraged. Fire devoured their choice young men, and their virgins had no nuptial song. Their priests fell by the sword, yet their widows could not lament. Then Yahweh awoke as from sleep, like a master jubilant from wine. He smote his foes backward. He gave them an Eonian reproach. He rejected the tent of Joseph, and the tribe of Ephraim he did not choose. Yet he chose the tribe of Judah, Mount Zion, which he loves. And he built his sanctuary like the heights of heaven, like the earth that he founded for the eon. He chose David his servant, and he took him from the folds of the flock. From following the ewes, he brought him to shepherd Jacob, his people, and Israel, his allotment. So he shepherded them in the integrity of his heart, and by the understanding of his palms, he guided them. An Asaphic Psalm, Chapter 79. O Elohim, the nations have entered your allotment. They have defiled your holy temple. They have turned Jerusalem into rubbish heaps. They have given the carcasses of your servants as food to the flyer of the heavens, the flesh of your benign ones to the wild animal of the earth. They have poured out their blood like water around Jerusalem, and there was no one entombing them. We have become a reproach to our neighbors, a derision and a scoffing to those round about us. How long, O Yahweh, shall you be angry permanently? How long shall your jealousy consume like a fire? Pour out your fury on the nations that do not know you, and on kingdoms that do not call on your name. For they have devoured Jacob, and they have desolated his homestead. Do not hold against us the depravities of former times. Let your compassions quickly confront us, for we are very impoverished. Help us, O Elohim of our salvation, on behalf of the glory of your name. Rescue us and make a propitiatory shelter over our sins on account of your name. Why should the nations say, where is their Elohim? Let it be made known among the nations before our eyes. Vengeance for the shed blood of your servants. May the groaning of the bound one come before you. According to the greatness of your arm, reserve the sons of death. Turn back sevenfold to our neighbors into their bosom, their reproach with which they reproached you, O Yahweh. Then we, your people and the flock of your pasture, we shall acclaim you for the eon. For generation after generation, we shall recount your praise. Permanent concerning elations, a testimony and a sapphic psalm. Chapter 80. O shepherd of Israel, do give ear. You who are leading Joseph like a flock, who are dwelling over the cherubim, do shine forth. Before Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh, do rouse your mastery and do come to our salvation. O Elohim, restore us and light up your face so that we may indeed be saved. O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, how long will you smolder against the prayer of your people? You have fed them the bread of tears. You have even made them drink tears by the bowlful. You make us a quarrel to our neighbors, and our enemies, they deride us. O Elohim of hosts, restore us, and light up your face so that we may indeed be saved. You caused a vine to journey from Egypt. You drove out the nations and you planted it. You cleared out the way before it, so that it rooted its roots and filled the land. The mountains were covered by its shadow, and the cedars of El by its boughs. It sent its harvest branches unto the sea, and its young shoots to the stream. Why have you breached its stone dikes, so that all who are passing by the way nip off its fruit? The boar from the wildwood gorges on it, and the field mammal, it grazes upon it. O Elohim of hosts, return, I pray. Look down from the heavens and see, and note this vine, even the sprig that your right hand has planted, and watch over the son you have made resolute for yourself. It is burned with fire, obliterated. At the rebuke of your countenance they are perishing. May your hand rest on the man of your right hand, on the Son of humanity, whom you have made resolute for yourself. Then we shall not turn away from you. May you revive us so that we shall call on your name. O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, restore us. Light up your face so that we may indeed be saved. Permanent on the wine trough, a sapphic. Chapter 81. Be jubilant to Elohim, our strength. Raise a joyful shout to the Elohim of Jacob. Lift up a melody and sound forth the tambourine, the pleasant harp with the zither. Blow the trumpet in the new moon, in the full moon for the day of our festival. For it is a statute for Israel, an ordinance of the Elohim of Jacob. He established it as a testimony in Joseph, when he went forth over the land of Egypt. There I was hearing from the lip of the one whom I had not known, saying, I have withdrawn his back from its burden, his palms they were freed from the pannier. You called in distress, and I liberated you. I answered you out of the concealment of the thundercloud. I tested you at the waters of Meribah. Interlude here, my people, and I shall indeed testify among you, Israel, if you would but hearken to me. An alien El shall not come among you, and you shall not bow down to a foreign El. I, Yahweh, am your Elohim, who brought you up from the land of Egypt. Open wide your mouth, and I shall fill it. Yet my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel, he would not comply with me. So I let them go in the obduracy of their own heart. They went in their own counsels. Oh, that my people were hearkening to me, and Israel, they were walking in my ways. Soon I would cause their enemies to submit, and I would reverse my hand against their foes. Those hating Yahweh, they shall cower before him, and their season for this shall be for the eon. Yet he shall feed him with the fat of the wheat, with honey from the rock shall I satisfy you. An Asaphic Psalm, Chapter 82. Elohim is stationed in the congregation of El. Among the Elohim is he judging. How long shall you judge with iniquity and lift up the faces of the wicked? Interlude, redress the poor one and the orphan. To the humble and destitute one grant justice. Deliver the poor and the needy one. From the hand of the wicked give rescue. They do not know and are not understanding. In darkness are they walking about. All the foundations of the earth are slipping. I myself have said, you are Elohim, and sons of the Supreme are all of you. Yet you shall die like common humanity, and like any other of the chiefs you shall fall. Do arise, O Elohim, do judge the earth, for it is you yourself who shall have the allotment of all the nations. A Song, an Asaphic Psalm, Chapter 83. O Elohim, let there not be stillness on your part. Do not be silent, and do not be quiet, O El. For behold your enemies, they are clamoring, and those hating you, they lift up their head. Against your people are they carrying on deliberation in craftiness, and they are intriguing against your secluded ones. They say, come, and let us suppress them as a nation, that the name of Israel not be remembered anymore. For they have intrigued in heart together. Against you are they contracting a covenant, the tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Hagarites, Gebal and Ammon and Amalek, Philistia with the dwellers of Tyre. Even Assyria is allied with them. They have become an arm to the sons of Lot. Interlude, do to them as you did to Midian, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at Wadi Kishon. They were exterminated at Endor. They became manure for the ground. As for their patrons, set them down like Oreb and like Zeb, and all their overlords like Zebah and like Zalmunna, who said, do let us tenant for ourselves the oases of Elohim. O my Elohim, set them aside like tumbleweed, like straw before the wind, like fire that consumes the wildwood, and like a blaze that sets the mountains aflame. So you shall pursue them with your tempest, and fill them with panic with your sweeping whirlwind. Fill their faces with dishonor, so that men shall seek your name, O Yahweh. May they be ashamed and filled with panic for the future, and may they be abashed and perish, so that men may realize that you, whose name is Yahweh, yours alone, are the supreme over all the earth. Permanent, on the wine trove for the sons of Korah, a Psalm, Chapter 84. How endearing is your grand tabernacle, O Yahweh of hosts! My soul longs and consumes for the courts of Yahweh. My heart and my flesh, they are appealing to the living El. Even the sparrow finds a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, in which she sets her broods, so also your altars, O Yahweh of hosts, my King and my Elohim. Happy are those dwelling in your house. They shall continually praise you. Interlude. Happy is the human whose strength is in you. Pilgrim highways are in their heart. As they are passing through the vale of aspen, he is making it a vale of springs. Indeed, the former rain is muffling it with blessings. They go from rampart to rampart, till each appears before Elohim in Zion. O Yahweh, Elohim of hosts, do hear my prayer. Do give ear, O Elohim of Jacob. Interlude, see to our shield, O Elohim, and look upon the face of your anointed one. For better is a day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere. I would choose to sweep in the house of my Elohim, rather than abide in the tents of wickedness. For sun and shield is Yahweh Elohim. Grace and glory does Yahweh bestow. He does not withhold good from those walking with integrity. O Yahweh of hosts, happy is the human trusting in you. Permanent for the sons of Korah, a Psalm. Chapter 85. You have held your land dear, O Yahweh. You have reversed the captivity of Jacob. You have borne the depravity of your people. You have covered all their sin. Interlude, you have gathered aside all your rage. You have turned back from the heat of your anger. Turn us back, O Elohim of our salvation, and annul your vexation toward us. Shall you be angry with us for the eon? Shall you protract your anger for generation after generation? Shall you yourself not turn back and revive us, that your people may rejoice in you? Show us, O Yahweh, your benignity, and grant us your salvation. Do let me hear what the one, El, shall speak. Yahweh indeed, he shall pronounce well-being to his people, to his benign ones, to those who turn back their heart to him. Yea, his salvation is near to those fearing him, that glory may tabernacle in our land. Benignity and truth they will encounter. Righteousness and peace they will kiss. Truth shall sprout from the earth, and righteousness will gaze down from the heavens. Indeed, Yahweh himself shall give good, and our land, it shall bring forth its crop. Righteousness shall go before him, as he places his footsteps on the way. A Davidic prayer. Chapter 86, Stretch out your ear, O Yahweh. Answer me, for humble and needy am I. Do guard my soul, for I am a benign one. Save your servant, you who are my Elohim, who is trusting in you. Be gracious to me, O Yahweh, for I am calling on you the entire day. Rejoice the soul of your servant, for to you, O Yahweh, am I lifting up my soul. For you, O Yahweh, are good in pardoning, and with much benignity to all calling on you. Do give ear, O Yahweh, to my prayer, and do attend to the voice of my supplications. In the day of my distress I shall call on you, for you shall answer me. There are none like you among the Elohim, O Yahweh, and there are no deeds like yours. All nations which you have made, they shall come and worship before you, O Yahweh, and they shall glorify your name. For you are great and are doing marvelous works. You are Elohim by yourself alone. Direct me, O Yahweh, in your way. I shall walk in your truth. Unite my heart to fear your name. I shall acclaim you, O Yahweh, my Elohim, with all my heart, and I will glorify your name for the eon. For your benignity over me is great, and you have rescued my soul from the unseen beneath. O Elohim, the arrogant rise against me, and the crowd of terrifiers seeks my soul. They do not place you in front of them. Yet you, O Yahweh, are an El compassionate and gracious, slow to anger and with much benignity and faithfulness. Turn toward me and be gracious to me. Do grant your strength to your servant, and do save the son of your maidservant. Make a sign of good to be with me, that those hating me may see and be ashamed. Because you, O Yahweh, you have helped me and comforted me. For the sons of Korah, a psalm, a song. Chapter 87, his foundation in the holy mountain ranges. Yahweh is loving the gateways of Zion more than all the tabernacles of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of you, city of the one, Elohim. Interlude, I shall mention Rahab and Babylon as among those knowing me. Behold, Philistia in Tyre with Cush. This one was born there. Indeed, concerning Zion it shall be said, each and every one was born in her, and he who is supreme, he shall establish her. Yahweh he shall recount in the list of the peoples. This one was born there. Interlude, the singers, like a chorus, will say, all my springs are in you. A song, a psalm, for the sons of Korah permanent, concerning a chorus for response contemplating, for Heman the Ezrahite. Chapter 88. O Yahweh, Elohim of my salvation, by day I cry out, even in the night in front of you. May my prayer come before you. Stretch out your ear to my appeal. For my soul is surfeited with evils, and my life touches close to the unseen. I am reckoned with descenders to the crypt. I become like a master who is without stamina, with the dead set free, like the slain who lie in a burying ground, whom you do not remember any more. For they are severed from your hand. You have set me down in the nether crypt, in utter darkness, in shadowy depths. Your fury bears down upon me, and you humble me with all your breakers. Interlude, you have taken my close acquaintances far from me. You have set me down as abhorrent to them. Being shut up, I cannot go forth. My eye, it pines away with humiliation. I call on you, O Yahweh, throughout every day. I spread out my palms to you. Would you perform marvelous works for the dead? Or do Rephaim arise and acclaim you? Interlude, is your benignity recounted in the tomb, your faithfulness in destruction? Are your marvelous works known in darkness, and your righteousness in the land of oblivion? As for me, I implore you, O Yahweh. In the morning my prayer goes out before you. Why, O Yahweh, are you casting off my soul and concealing your face from me? From my youth have I been humbled and wearied unto death. I have borne the dread of you, I am distracted. Your hot anger has passed upon me. Your frightenings, they have effaced me. They surround me like waters the entire day. They encompass about me altogether. You have taken far from me, loved one and associate. My close acquaintances are darkness to me. Contemplating for Ethan the Ezrahite. Chapter 89. Of the benignity of Yahweh shall I sing for the eon. For generation after generation shall I make known your faithfulness with my mouth. For I have said, Aeonian benignity shall be built. You shall establish your faithfulness in the heavens themselves. I contracted a covenant with my chosen one. I swore to David my servant, I shall establish your seed for the eon, and I will build your throne for generation after generation. Interlude. The heavens are acclaiming your marvelous works, O Yahweh. Indeed, your faithfulness in the assembly of the saints. For who in the skies can be appraised with Yahweh? Who is like Yahweh among the sons of the Elam? El is greatly terrifying among the council of the saints, and fear inspiring to all those round about him. O Yahweh, Elohim of hosts, who is like you, an invincible Yah, with your faithfulness round about you. You are ruling over the swelling sea. When its billows are lifted, you becalm them. You crushed Rahab, who became like one slain. With your strong arm you dispersed your enemies. Yours are the heavens. Indeed, yours is the earth, the habitants and its fullness. You founded them. The north and the south, you created them. Tabor and Hermon are jubilant in your name. Yours is an arm with mastery. Your hand is strong. Your right hand is exalted. Righteousness and right judgment are the basis of your throne. Benignity and truth, they stand before your presence. Happy are the people who know the joyful shouting. O Yahweh, they shall walk in the light of your presence. In your name shall they exult the entire day, and in your righteousness shall they be exalted. For you are the beauty of their strength, and by your benevolence shall our horn be exalted. For our shield is of Yahweh, and our King is of the Holy One of Israel. Then you spoke in a vision to your benign ones, and you said, I have poised help on a master. I have exalted one chosen from the people. I have found David my servant. With my holy oil have I anointed him, with whom my hand it shall stand readied. Indeed my arm it shall make him resolute. The enemy shall not restrict him, and the son of iniquity shall not humiliate him. I will pound down his foes before him, and I shall strike against those hating him. Yet my faithfulness and my benignity will be with him, and in my name shall his horn be exalted. I will place his hand over the sea, and his right hand over the streams. He shall call out to me, You are my Father, my El and the rock of my salvation. Indeed I shall make him the firstborn, the uppermost of the kings of the earth. For the eon shall I keep my benignity upon him, and my covenant with him is faithful. I will establish his seed for the future, and his throne as the days of the heavens. If his sons should forsake my law, and they should not walk in my ordinances, if they should profane my statutes and should not keep my instructions, then I will visit their transgression with a club, and their depravity with contagions. Yet I shall not withdraw my benignity from him, and I shall not be false in my faithfulness. I shall not profane my covenant, and I shall not alter the utterance of my lips. Once for all have I sworn by my holiness. I shall assuredly not lie to David. His seed shall continue for the eon, and his throne as the sun in front of me. Like the moon, it shall be established for the eon, faithful like that witness in the sky. Interlude, yet you have cast off and are rejecting. You are enraged with your anointed one. You have disowned the covenant with your servant. You have profaned his insignia down to the earth. You have breached all his stone dikes. You have made fatal cracks in his defenses. All those passing by the way rob him. He has become a reproach to his neighbors. You have exalted the right hand of his foes. You have made all his enemies rejoice. Indeed, you turn back the sharpness of his sword and have not raised him up in battle. You have caused his luster to cease, and you have toppled his throne to the earth. You have shortened the days of his adolescence. You have muffled him with shame. Interlude. How long, O Yahweh, shall you be concealed permanently? How long shall your fury consume like fire? Remember how transient is my life. For what futility have you created all the sons of humanity? What master could live and not see death? Could his soul escape from the hand of the unseen? Interlude. Where are your former benignities, O Yahweh, which you swore to David in your faithfulness? Remember, O Yahweh, the reproach of your servants. I bear in my bosom the mortification from many peoples, with which your enemies reproach. O Yahweh, with which they reproach the heel prints of your anointed one. Blessed be Yahweh for the eon. Amen and amen. Scroll 4. A prayer for Moses, the man of the one, Elohim. Chapter 90. O Yahweh, you yourself have become our habitation in generation after generation. Ere the mountains were born, and you travailed with the earth and the habitants, from eon unto eon you are El. You turn a mortal back to crushed dust and say, Return, sons of humanity. For 1,000 years are in your eyes like yesterday's day when it has passed, or like a vigil in the night. You storm them away to sleep. They become like the grass in the morning that passes by. In the morning it blossoms, but it passes by. By evening it is snipped off and has dried up. For we are consumed by your anger, and by your fury are we filled with panic. You have set our depravities in front of you, our obscured deeds in the full light of your face. Indeed, all our days they turn around before your rage. We finish our years like a mumble. The days of our years in them are 70 years, and if by mastery there are 80 years. Yet even in their heyday is toil and sorrow, for it is sheared off hurriedly, and we fly away. Who is knowing the strength of your anger and your rage, according to the fear due to you? So make us know how to assign our days, that we may come to a heart of wisdom. Do turn back, O Yahweh. How long? Show yourself merciful over your servants. Satisfy us in the morning with your benignity, that we may be jubilant and rejoice through all our days. Make us rejoice according to the days you humbled us, the years we have seen evil. May your deeds be seen by your servants, and your honor by their sons. Let the pleasantness of Yahweh our Elohim be over us. Do establish the work of our hands for us. Yea, the work of our hands do establish it. Chapter 91. He who is dwelling in the concealment of the Supreme shall lodge in the shadow of him who suffices. I shall say of Yahweh, my refuge and my fastness, my Elohim, in whom I trust. For he himself shall rescue you from the snare of the trapper, from the plague of woes. With his pinions shall he overshadow you, and under his wings shall you take refuge. A large shield and encircling guard is his faithfulness. You shall not fear the alarm at night, or the arrow that flies by day, neither the plague that walks in gloom, nor the sting that devastates at high noon. 1,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand. It shall not come close to you. But with your eyes you shall look and see the repayment of the wicked. For you, O Yahweh, are my refuge. Because you have made the Supreme your habitation, evil shall not be your fate, and contagion it shall not approach into your tent. For he shall enjoin his messengers concerning you, to keep you in all your ways. On their palms shall they lift you, lest you should strike your foot against a stone. Upon the black lion and the cobra shall you tread. You shall tramp down the sheltered lion and the snake. Because he is attached to me, I shall deliver him. I shall make him impregnable, for he knows my name. He shall call on me, and I shall answer him. I am with him in distress. I shall liberate him and glorify him. With length of days shall I satisfy him, and I shall show him my salvation. A psalm, a song for the Sabbath day. Chapter 92. Good is it to acclaim Yahweh, and to make melody to your name, O Supreme, to tell in the morning your benignity and your faithfulness in the nights, on 10 strings and on the zither, in a chant with a harp. For you make me rejoice, O Yahweh, by your deeds. In the works of your hands I am jubilant. How great are your works, O Yahweh, exceedingly deep your designs. An irrational man he does not know, and a stupid one, he cannot understand this. The wicked bud like herbage, and all contrivers of lawlessness blossom, but only that they be exterminated until the future, when you are on high for the eon, O Yahweh. For behold your enemies, O Yahweh, for behold your enemies, they shall perish. All contrivers of lawlessness shall be routed. Yet you shall exalt my horn like that of a wild bull. You will empower me with flourishing oil, and my eyes shall look upon those lying in wait for me. My ears shall hear of the evildoers rising against me. The righteous one, he shall bud like a palm tree. Like a cedar in Lebanon, he shall grow great. Those transplanted into the house of Yahweh, they shall bud in the courts of our Elohim. They shall still produce when gray-haired. They shall be sleek and flourishing, telling that Yahweh is upright, my rock, and no iniquity is in him. Chapter 93. Yahweh, he reigns. With augustness is he clothed. Yahweh is clothed with strength. Thus has he belted himself. Indeed, the habitance is established. It is immovable. Your throne has been established from long ago. You are from the eon. The streams lift up, O Yahweh. The streams lift up their voice. The streams shall lift up their crushing waves. Greater than the sounds of mighty waters, nobler than the breakers of the sea, is Yahweh noble in the height. Your testimonies, they are very faithful. Holiness befits your house for length of days, O Yahweh. Chapter 94. O El of avenging, Yahweh, El of avenging, shine forth. Lift yourself up, O Judge of the earth. Turn back a requital upon the proud. How long shall the wicked, O Yahweh? How long shall the wicked be joyous? Shall they utter? Shall they speak with impertinence? Shall they vaunt themselves, all these contrivers of lawlessness? They crush your people, O Yahweh, and they humble your allotment. The widow and the sojourner they kill, and the orphans they murder. They say, Yah is not seeing, and the Elohim of Jacob is not understanding. Understand, you irrational ones among the people, and you stupid ones, when shall you act intelligently? The one who planted the ear, shall he not hear? Or the one who formed the eye, shall he not look? The one who disciplines the nations, shall he not correct? The one who teaches humanity knowledge? Yahweh is the one knowing the devisings of humanity, that they are a transitory breath. Happy is the master whom you are disciplining, O Yah. From your law are you teaching him to give him quiet from days of evil, until a pit is dug for the wicked. For Yahweh shall not abandon his people, and he shall not forsake his allotment. For judgment shall turn back to righteousness, and all the upright of heart will follow after it. Who shall rise for me against evildoers? Who shall stand by for me against contrivers of lawlessness? Unless Yahweh were my help, soon my soul would tabernacle in stillness. If I say, my foot slips, your benignity, O Yahweh, it is already bracing me. When my disquieting thoughts within me are many, your consolations, they are heartening my soul. Could a throne of woes be made partner with you, one forming misery by its statute? They slash against the soul of the righteous, and they condemn innocent blood. But Yahweh shall be my impregnable retreat, and my Elohim, the rock of my refuge. He shall reverse their lawlessness upon them, and by their evil he shall efface them. Yahweh our Elohim shall efface them. Chapter 95. Come, do let us be jubilant before Yahweh. Do let us raise a joyful shout before the rock of our salvation. Do let us go before his presence with acclamation. In melodies may we raise a joyful shout before him. For Yahweh is the great El, and the great King over all the Elohim, in whose hand are the far depths of the earth, and the pinnacles of the mountains are his. Whose is the sea, for he himself has made it, and the dry land that his hands have formed. Come, let us worship, and indeed bow down. Let us indeed kneel before Yahweh, our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture, and the flock of his hand. Today, if his voice you should hear, you must not be stiffening your heart as in the contention, as in the day of trial in the wilderness, where your fathers probed me and tested me, though they had seen my deeds. 40 years I was disgusted with this generation, and I said, they are a people straying in heart, and they give no thought to my ways. As I swear in my anger, they assuredly shall not enter into my resting place. Chapter 96. Sing to Yahweh. A new song, sing to Yahweh, all the earth. Sing to Yahweh, bless his name. Bear the tidings of his salvation day after day. Recount his glory among the nations, among all the peoples, his marvelous works. For great is Yahweh, and praised exceedingly. Fear-inspiring is he over all Elohim. For all the Elohim of the peoples are useless idols. As for Yahweh, he has made the heavens. Splendor and honor are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Grant to Yahweh, families of the peoples. Grant to Yahweh glory and strength. Grant to Yahweh the glory of his name. Bear and approach present and come before him. Worship Yahweh in his holy effulgence. Travail because of his presence all the earth. Say among the nations, Yahweh, he reigns. Indeed, established is the habitants. By no means shall it slip. He shall adjudicate the peoples with equity. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth exult. Let the sea thunder in its fullness. Let the field be joyous, and all that is in it. Then all the trees of the wildwood shall be jubilant before Yahweh, for he comes. For he comes to judge the earth. He shall judge the habitants in righteousness, and the peoples in his truth. Chapter 97. Yahweh, he reigns. Let the earth exult. Let the many coastlands rejoice. Cloud and murkiness are around him. Righteousness and right judgment are the basis of his throne. Fire, it is going before him, and it sets his foes aflame round about. His lightning bolts light up the habitants. The earth sees and is travailing. The mountains are melted like wax before the presence of Yahweh, before the presence of the Lord of all the earth. The heavens tell of his righteousness, and all the peoples see his glory. May all the servants of a carving be ashamed, the ones boasting in useless idols. Bow down to him, all you Elohim. Zion hears and is rejoicing, and the daughters of Judah are exulting on account of your right judgments, O Yahweh. For you, O Yahweh, are supreme over all the earth. You are exceedingly ascendant over all Elohim. Hate evil, you who are loving Yahweh, the one guarding the souls of his benign ones. From the hand of the wicked shall he rescue them. Light is sown for the righteous, and rejoicing for the upright of heart. Rejoice, righteous ones, in Yahweh, and acclaim his holy name. A Psalm, chapter 98, sing to Yahweh. A new song, for he has done marvelous works. His right hand and his holy arm have brought his salvation. Yahweh has made known his salvation. To the eyes of the nations, he has revealed his righteousness. He has remembered his benignity and his faithfulness to the house of Israel. All the limits of the earth have seen the salvation of our Elohim. Raise a joyful shout to Yahweh, all the earth. Burst forth and be jubilant and make melody. Make melody to Yahweh with the harp and the sound of melody, with bugles and the sound of the trumpet. Raise a joyful shout before Yahweh the King. Let the sea thunder and its fullness, the habitants and those dwelling in it. The streams let them clap with the palm. The mountains let them be jubilant together before Yahweh. For he comes to judge the earth. He shall judge the habitants in righteousness and the peoples with equity. Chapter 99. Yahweh, he reigns. Let the peoples be disturbed. He is dwelling over the cherubim. Let the earth slide. Great is Yahweh in Zion, and exalted is he over all the peoples. Let them acclaim your name. Great and fear-inspiring. Holy is he, and the strong king who loves right judgment. You yourself have established equity. You yourself have executed right judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt Yahweh our Elohim, and bow down at his footstool, for holy is he. Moses and Aaron were among his priests, and Samuel among those calling on his name. They were calling on Yahweh, and he himself answered them. In the cloud column he spoke to them. They kept his testimonies and the statute he gave to them. O Yahweh our Elohim, you yourself answered them. You were an El bearing with them, though avenging their iniquitous deeds. Exalt Yahweh our Elohim, and bow down at his holy mountain, for holy is Yahweh our Elohim. A psalm for acclamation. Chapter 100. Raise a joyful shout to Yahweh. All the earth, serve Yahweh with rejoicing. Come to his presence with jubilant song. Know that Yahweh, he is Elohim. He it is who has made us, and we are his. His people are we, and the flock of his pasture. Enter his gateways with acclamation, his courts with praise. Acclaim him, bless his name. For Yahweh is good, his benignity is aeonian, and his faithfulness unto generation after generation. A Davidic Psalm, chapter 101. Of benignity and judgment shall I surely sing. To you, O Yahweh, shall I indeed make melody. I shall indeed contemplate the flawless way. When shall you come to me? I shall walk in the integrity of my heart within my house. I shall not set a worthless matter in front of my eyes. The doing of those who swerve I hate, it shall not cling to me. A perverse heart it shall withdraw from me. Evil I shall not know. The one slandering his associate in secret, I shall efface him. The haughty of eyes and inflated of heart, I shall not endure him. My eyes are with the faithful of the land, to dwell with me. He who is going in a flawless way, he shall minister for me. One doing deceit shall not dwell within my house. One speaking falsehoods, he shall not be established in front of my eyes. In the mornings I shall efface all the wicked of the land, to cut off from the city of Yahweh all contrivers of lawlessness. A prayer for the humble one when he is drooping and is pouring out his concern before Yahweh. Chapter 102. O Yahweh, do hear my prayer, and let my imploring come to you. Do not conceal your face from me in the day of my distress. Stretch out your ear to me. Answer me quickly in the day I shall call. For my days vanish like smoke, and my bones, they burn hot like glowing embers. My heart is smitten and is drying up like herbage, for I forget to eat my bread. Because of the sound of my sighing, my bones cling to my flesh. I am like a pelican of the marshy wilderness. I have become like a little owl of the deserted places. I am alert, and I am becoming like a solitary bird on a housetop. The entire day my enemies reproach me. Those raving against me swear a curse by me. For I eat ashes like bread, and I blend my drink with lamentation in view of your indignation and your wrath. For you have lifted me up and are flinging me down. My days are like the declining shadow, and I am drying up like herbage. Yet you, O Yahweh, you are dwelling for the eon, and your name for generation after generation. You yourself shall rise. You shall have compassion on Zion, for it is the era to be gracious to her, since the appointed time has come. For your servants hold her stones dear, and they show favor to her soil. The nations shall fear the name of Yahweh, and all the kings of the earth your glory. For Yahweh will build up Zion. He will appear in his glory. He will turn toward the prayer of the forlorn, and he will not despise their prayer. Let this be written for a later generation, when a people yet being created shall praise Yah. For he will gaze from his sanctuary on high. Yahweh, from the heavens to the earth he will look down, to hear the groaning of the prisoner, to unloose the sons of death, so that the name of Yahweh may be recounted in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem, when the peoples are convened together, and the kingdoms come to serve Yahweh. On the way he has humbled my vigor, he has shortened my days. I am saying, O my El, do not take me away at the half of my days. Through generation after generations your years continue. Before time you founded the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They shall perish, yet you shall stand. All of them shall decay like a cloak. Like clothing you shall change them, and they shall pass by. Yet you remain the same, and your years shall not come to end. The sons of your servants, they shall tabernacle in serenity, and their seed, they shall be established before you. Davidic, chapter 103. Bless Yahweh my soul, and all within me, bless his holy name. Bless Yahweh my soul, and do not forget any of his well-dealings, who is pardoning all your depravity, who is healing all your ailments, who is redeeming your life from ruin, who is crowning you with benignity and compassion, who is satisfying your future with good, so your youth is renewed like the vultures. Yahweh is the one executing acts of righteousness and right judgments for all those being exploited. He made his ways known to Moses, to the sons of Israel his activities. Compassionate and gracious is Yahweh, slow to anger and with much benignity. He shall not contend permanently, and he shall not hold resentment for the eon. He has neither done to us according to our sins, nor has he requited us according to our depravities. For as the heavens are lofty over the earth, so is his benignity masterful over those fearing him. As far as the east is from the west, so he removes our transgressions far from us. As a father shows compassion over his sons, so Yahweh shows compassion over those fearing him. For he knows our formation, remembering that we are soil. As for mortal man, his days are like grass. Like a blossom of the field, so is he blossoming. For the wind it passes over him, and he is no more, and his place shall not recognize him any longer. Yet the benignity of Yahweh is from eon unto eon over those fearing him, and his righteousness continues for the sons of sons, to those keeping his covenant and to those remembering his precepts to do them. Yahweh, he has established his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom rules among all. Bless Yahweh, all his messengers, masters of valor, doing his word, so as to hearken to the voice of his word. Bless Yahweh, all his hosts, who are ministering to him, doing what is acceptable to him. Bless Yahweh, all his works, in all places of his rule. Bless Yahweh, my soul. Chapter 104. Bless Yahweh, my soul. O Yahweh, my Elohim, you are exceedingly great. With splendor and honor are you clothed. You are muffled with light as raiment, stretching out the heavens like a sheet, the one who is laying the rafters of his upper chambers on their waters, who is making the thick clouds his chariot, who is going on the wings of the wind, who is making his messengers winds, his ministers a flaming fire. He has founded the earth on its bases. It shall never slip for the eon and further. You covered it with the abyss as clothing. The waters stood above the mountains. Yet from your rebuke they fled. From the sound of your thunder they hurried away. They ascended over the mountains. They descended to the valleys, to the place that you had founded for them. You placed a boundary that they would never pass. They shall never return to cover the earth. You are the one sending springs into the wadis. Between the mountains are they going. They give drink to all the field life. Onagers break their thirst. The flyers of the heavens roost by them. From among the thick foliage they give out their sound. You are the one irrigating the mountains from his upper chambers. From the fruit of your works the earth is satisfied. You are the one making grass sprout for the beasts and herbage for the service of humanity, to bring forth bread from the earth and wine that makes the heart of a mortal rejoice, to make the face lustrous with oil and bread that braces the heart of mortal man. The trees of Yahweh are satisfied, the cedars of Lebanon which he planted, where the birds are nesting, firs where the stork has her home. The lofty mountains are for the ibexes. The crags are a refuge for the conies. He made the moon for appointed times, the sun that knows its setting. You impose darkness, and it becomes night. All the life of the wildwood move about in it, the sheltered lions roaring for prey and seeking their food from El. When the sun is radiant again, they gather away, and they recline in their habitations. Then humanity goes forth to its deeds and to its service until evening. How numerous are your works, O Yahweh! You have made all of them in wisdom. The earth is filled with your achievements. This sea great and wide on all hands. The creeper is there, and it is numberless. Animals both small and great. There the sea monsters are going, the dragon that you have formed to gamble in it. All of them, they look forward to you to supply their food in its season. You supply it to them, they pick it up. You open your hand, they are well satisfied. You conceal your face, they are filled with panic. You gather away their spirit, they breathe their last and return to their soil. You send forth your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the ground. May the glory of Yahweh remain for the eon. May Yahweh rejoice in his works. He is looking at the earth, and it quivers. He is touching the mountains, and they smoke. I shall surely sing to Yahweh throughout my life. I shall indeed make melody to my Elohim throughout my future. May my meditation be congenial to him. I shall rejoice in Yahweh. May sinners be completely removed from the earth, and the wicked let them be no more. Bless Yahweh, my soul. Praise Yah. Chapter 105, Acclaim Yahweh. Call on his name. Make known his actions among the peoples. Sing to him, make melody to him. Meditate on all his marvelous works. Boast in his holy name. Let the heart of those seeking Yahweh rejoice. Seek after Yahweh and his strength. Seek his face continually. Remember his marvelous works that he has done, his miracles and the judgments of his mouth, seed of Israel, his servants, sons of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is Yahweh our Elohim. In all the earth are his judgments. He remembers his covenant for the eon, the word he enjoined on 1,000 generations, that he contracted with Abraham and by his oath to Isaac. He ratified it to Jacob as a statute, to Israel as a covenant eonian, saying, to you shall I give the land of Canaan, the region of your allotment. When they became few adult males in number, only a few, and sojourners in it, then they walked from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another people. He would not permit any man to exploit them, and on their behalf he reproved kings, saying, you must not touch my anointed ones, and to my prophets you must not do evil. He called forth a famine on the earth. The entire stock of bread he broke off. He sent a man before them, Joseph, who was sold as a slave. They humbled his feet in fetters. His soul was inserted in iron until the era when his word came to pass. When the saying of Yahweh, it had refined him. The king sent and let him loose. The ruler of the peoples opened his way. He constituted him lord over his house and ruler among all his acquisitions, to discipline his chiefs at his soul's desire, so that he should make his elders wise. Then Israel came down to Egypt, and Jacob he sojourned in the land of Ham. Then he made his people exceedingly fruitful, and made them more plentiful than their foes. He turned their heart to hate his people, to plot against his servants. He sent Moses, his servant, and Aaron, whom he had chosen. He placed the words of his signs before them, and his miracles before the land of Ham. He sent darkness, and it became very dark, and they could not defy his words. He turned their waters to blood, and he put their fish to death. Their land swarmed with frogs into the chambers of their kings. He spoke, and there came a mixture of flies, lice in all their territory. He turned their downpours to hail, with fiery bolts ablazing in their land. He smote their vines and their fig trees, and he broke down the trees of their territory. He spoke, and the locust came, and the young locust, and they were without number. It devoured all the herbage in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. Then he smote all the firstborn in their land, the beginning of all their virility. Thus he brought his people forth with silver and gold, and there was no one stumbling among their tribes. Egypt rejoiced at their going forth, for alarm over them had fallen upon them. He spread a cloud as a blanket, and a fire to light up the night. They asked, and he brought forth quail, and he satisfied them with bread from the heavens. He opened a rock, and waters gushed out. They flowed into the arid places as a stream. For he was mindful of his holy word with Abraham, his servant, and he brought his people forth with elation, his chosen ones with jubilant song. He gave the lands of the nations to them, and they took over the toil of the folk, in order that they should keep his statutes and should preserve his laws. Praise Yah. Chapter 106. Praise Yah. Acclaim Yahweh, for he is good, for his benignity is aeonian. Who can declare the masterful deeds of Yahweh, or make all his praise heard? Happy are those keeping right judgment, executing righteousness in every era. Remember me, O Yahweh, in your benevolence to your people. Notice me in your salvation, that I may see the good of your chosen ones, to rejoice in the rejoicing of your own nation, to praise with your allotment. We have sinned with our fathers. We have sown depravity. We have acted wickedly. Our fathers in Egypt, they did not contemplate your marvelous works. They did not remember your many benignities, and they defied the Supreme by the sea of weeds. Yet he saved them on account of his name, to make known his masterful deeds. He rebuked the sea of weeds, and it became drained, and he enabled them to walk through the abyss as through a wilderness. So he saved them from the hand of the one hating them, and he redeemed them from the hand of their enemy. The waters covered their foes, not one of them was left. Then they believed his words, they sang his praise, but they quickly forgot his deeds. They did not tarry for his counsel. They lusted with yearning in the wilderness, and they tried El in the desolation. So he gave them their request, and he sent sustenance for their soul. They grew jealous of Moses in the camp, and of Aaron, the Holy One of Yahweh. The earth opened up and swallowed Dathan, and it covered over the congregation of Abiram. Fire consumed in their congregation. A blaze set the wicked aflame. They made a calf at Horeb, and they bowed down to a molten image. They changed his glory into the model of a bull calf that feeds on herbage. They forgot the El who was saving them, who was doing great deeds in Egypt, marvelous works in the land of Ham, fear-inspiring deeds by the Sea of Weeds. He said that he would exterminate them, except that Moses, his chosen one, stood in the breach before him to turn back his fury from bringing ruin on them. Then they rejected the coveted land. They did not believe his word, and they murmured in their tents. They did not hearken to the voice of Yahweh. So he lifted his hand in swearing to them, to cast them down in the wilderness, and to scatter their seed among the nations, and to toss them away throughout the lands. Yet they paired themselves with Baal-peor, and they ate sacrifices offered to dead idols. They provoked him to vexation with their actions, so that a stroke breached forth among them. But Phinehas stood up and mediated, and the stroke was restrained. This was reckoned to him for righteousness, for generation after generation, for the eon. They prompted wrath at the waters of Meribah, and it was evil for Moses for their sake, because they provoked his spirit, and he talked rashly with his lips. They did not exterminate the peoples as Yahweh had ordered them. They mixed with the nations, and they learned their customs. They served their fetishes, and these came to be a trap for them. They sacrificed their sons and their daughters to demons. So they shed innocent blood, the blood of their sons and their daughters, whom they sacrificed to the fetishes of Canaan. And the land was polluted with bloodshed. Thus they defiled themselves by their deeds, and they prostituted themselves by their actions. So the anger of Yahweh grew hot against his people, and he abhorred his allotment. He gave them into the hand of the nations, so that those hating them ruled among them. Their enemies oppressed them, and they were made to submit under their hand. Many times he rescued them, but they were rebellious in their counsel, and they were reduced lower in their depravity. Yet he saw their distress on his hearing of their appeal, and for them he remembered his covenant, so that he was merciful according to his many benignities. He gave them over to compassions before all those holding them captive. Save us, O Yahweh our Elohim, and convene us from the nations, to acclaim your holy name, to triumph in your praise. Blessed be Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, from the eon and until the eon. Then all the people will say, Amen. Praise Yah. Chapter 107. Acclaim Yahweh, for he is good, for his benignity is aeonian. Let the redeemed of Yahweh testify so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the foe. He has convened them from far lands, from east and from west, from north and from the sea. They strayed in a wilderness, in a desolation. They could not find the way to a city of dwelling. Famished and thirsty, their soul within them, it was drooping, and they cried out to Yahweh in their distress. From their constraints he rescued them, and he caused them to tread in a straight way, to go to a city of dwelling. Let them acclaim Yahweh for his benignity and his marvelous works to the sons of humanity. For he satisfied the thirst of the unappeased soul, and the famished soul he filled with good. Those dwelling in darkness and the shadow of death, the bound ones in humiliation and iron, because they had rebelled against the sayings of El, and the counsel of the Supreme they had spurned. He brought their heart into submission with toil. They stumbled, and there was no one to help. Then they cried out to Yahweh in their distress. From their constraints he saved them. He brought them forth from darkness and the shadow of death, and their bonds he pulled away. Let them acclaim Yahweh for his benignity and his marvelous works to the sons of humanity. For he broke the doors of bronze and hacked down the bars of iron. The foolish, because of the way of their transgression, and because of their depravities, they were humbled. Their soul abhorred all food, and they touched close unto the gates of death. Then they cried out to Yahweh in their distress. He saved them from their constraints. He sent forth his word and healed them, and he provided escape from their pit. Let them acclaim Yahweh for his benignity and his marvelous works to the sons of humanity. And let them sacrifice sacrifices of acclamation and recount his deeds with jubilant song. Those going down to the sea in ships, who do their work on vast waters, they have seen the deeds of Yahweh and his marvelous works in the shadowy deep. He spoke and recruited a tempestuous wind, and it raised its billows high. They ascended to the heavens. They descended to the abyss. Their soul dissolved because of the evil. They circled and staggered like a drunkard. In all their wisdom, it was swallowed up. Then they cried out to Yahweh in their distress, and he brought them forth from their constraints. He recast the tempest into stillness, and the billows against them were hushed. So they rejoiced that they were calmed, and he guided them to the perception of their desire. Let them acclaim Yahweh for his benignity and his marvelous works to the sons of humanity. And let them exalt him in the assembly of the people, and in the dwelling of the elders, let them praise him. He can convert streams into wilderness, and flowing wells of water into thirsty ground, a fruitful land into a salty waste, because of the evil of those dwelling in it. He can convert a wilderness into a pond of water, and an arid land into flowing wells of water. And he shall cause the famished to dwell there. They shall establish a city of dwelling. They shall sow fields and plant vineyards, and they shall get a fruitful yield. Then he shall bless them, and they shall increase exceedingly, and he shall not let their domestic beasts decrease. When they are decreased and bowed down because of restraint, evil, and affliction, he is pouring out contempt upon the tyrants, so that he causes them to stray in a wayless wasteland. Yet for the needy one he makes an impregnable retreat from humiliation, and he establishes his families like a flock. The upright see it, and they rejoice. Yet all iniquity it will shut its mouth. Whoever is wise, let him observe these things. Let them consider the benignities of Yahweh. A Song, a Davidic Psalm, Chapter 108. My heart is established, O Elohim. My heart is established. Let me sing and make melody. You are my glory. Do rouse zither and harp. Let me arouse the dawn. I shall acclaim you among the peoples, O Yahweh, and I shall make melody to you among the folk. For your benignity is towering above the heavens, and your faithfulness unto the skies. Be exalted over the heavens, O Elohim, and let your glory be over all the earth. That your beloved ones may be liberated. Do save with your right hand, and so answer me. Elohim, he has spoken in his holiness. I shall ascend. I shall apportion out Shechem, and I shall measure off the vale of Succoth. Mine is Gilead, mine is Manasseh, and Ephraim is the stronghold of my head. Judah is my statute maker. Moab is my wash basin. Unto Edom shall I fling my sandal. Over Philistia shall I shout in triumph. Who shall escort me to the fortress city? Who will guide me unto Edom? O Elohim, have you not cast us off? And shall you not go forth, O Elohim, with our hosts? Do grant to us help from distress, for futile is salvation from a human. With Elohim we shall do valiantly, for he himself shall trample our foes. Permanent, a Davidic Psalm, Chapter 109. O Elohim of my praise, do not be silent, for a mouth of wickedness and a mouth of deceit they have opened against me. They have spoken against me with a tongue of falsehood. With words of hatred they have surrounded me, and they fight against me gratuitously. In return for my love, they are my adversaries, even while I was in prayer. They bring evil upon me in return for good, and hatred in return for my love. Post a wicked person over him, and let an adversary stand at his right hand. When he is judged, let him go forth condemned, and let his prayer be seen as sin. May his days come to be few. May his supervision be taken by another. May his sons become orphans, and his wife a widow. May his sons rove, yea, rove, so that they must beg, and may they be driven out from their deserted homes. May the creditor confiscate all that he has, and may aliens plunder the fruit of his labor. There must not be anyone being indulgent with kindness to him, and there must not be anyone showing grace to his orphans. May his posterity be cut off. In the generation following, may his name be wiped out. May the depravity of his fathers be remembered before Yahweh, and the sin of his mother, let it not be wiped out. Let these be in front of Yahweh continually, and let their families' remembrance be cut off from the earth, because he did not remember to show kindness, and he persecuted the humble man and the needy one, and the sore of heart, to put him to death. He loved malediction. May it come back on him. He has not delighted in blessing. May it stay far from him. He clothed himself with malediction as his coat. May it enter within him like water, and like oil into his bones. May it be upon him like a cloak with which he is muffled, and like a cordon that he girds about him continually. May this be the wage for my adversaries from Yahweh, and for those speaking evil against my soul. But you, O Yahweh my Lord, deal with me on account of your name. Because your benignity is good, rescue me. For humble and needy am I, and my heart, it is wounded within me. Like a shadow as it stretches out, I fade away. I am shaken off like a locust. My knees, they stumble from fasting, and my flesh, it is emaciated for want of oil. And I have become a reproach to them. When they see me, they wag their head. Help me, O Yahweh my Elohim. Save me according to your benignity. Then they shall know that this is your handiwork, that you yourself, O Yahweh, have done it. They may maledict, but you shall bless. Those rising against me, they shall be ashamed. Yet your servant, he shall rejoice. Let my adversaries be clothed with mortification, and let them be muffled with their shame like a robe. I shall acclaim Yahweh very highly with my mouth, and in the midst of multitudes shall I praise him. For he is standing at the right hand of the needy one, in order to save him from those judging his soul. A Davidic Psalm, chapter 110. The averring of Yahweh to my Lord. Sit at my right until I should set your enemies as a stool for your feet. The rod of your strength shall Yahweh send from Zion. Sway among your enemies. Your people shall be willing in the day of your potent power. In holy effulgence from the womb of the dawn, you will have the dew of your childhood. Yahweh has sworn, and he shall not regret. You are a priest for the eon, according to the order of Melchizedek. Yahweh is at your right. He will transfix kings in the day of his anger. He shall adjudicate among the nations. He will fill them with dead bodies. He will transfix heads over the vast earth. He shall drink from the watercourse along the way. Therefore he shall hold his head high. Praise Yah. Chapter 111. I shall acclaim Yahweh with my whole heart, in the council of the upright, in the congregation. Great are the works of Yahweh, sought after by all who delight in them. Splendor and honor are his deeds, and his righteousness is standing into the future. He has made his marvelous works memorable. Gracious and compassionate is Yahweh. He gave viands to those fearing him. He shall remember his covenant for the eon. He has told of the vigor of his works to his people, that he would give to them the allotment of the nations. The works of his hands are truth and right judgment. Faithful are all his precepts, supported into the future, for the eon, worked out in truth and uprightness. He sent a ransom for his people. He enjoined his covenant on them for the eon. Holy and fear-inspiring is his name. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. All who practice it have a good insight. His praise is standing into the future. Praise Yah. Chapter 112. Happy is the man who fears Yahweh. In his instructions he very much delights. His seed shall become masterful in the land. The generation of the upright, it shall be blessed. Wealth and riches are in his house, and his righteousness is standing into the future. In the darkness he radiates as a light for the upright ones. He is gracious, compassionate, and righteous. It is good when a man is gracious and obliging. He shall sustain his affairs with right judgment. Truly he shall not slip for the eon. The righteous one shall become an Aeonian remembrance. He shall not fear an evil report. His heart is established, trusting in Yahweh. His heart is stalwart. He shall not fear, since he shall see the fate of his foes. He disperses. He gives to the needy. His righteousness is standing into the future. His horn it shall be exalted in glory. The wicked one, he shall see and be vexed. He shall gnash his teeth and melt away. The yearning of the wicked, it shall perish. Praise Yah. Chapter 113. Praise, servants of Yahweh. Praise the name of Yahweh. Let the name of Yahweh be blessed, henceforth and for the eon. From the rising of the sun unto its setting, let the name of Yahweh be praised. Exalted over all nations is Yahweh, over the heavens his glory. Who is like Yahweh our Elohim, the one elevated in his dwelling, the one condescending in his vigilance over the heavens and the earth. Raising the poor one from the soil, he exalts the needy one from the ash heaps, giving a seat among the patrons of his people, causing the barren woman to dwell at home, now a mother of sons, rejoicing. Praise Yah. Chapter 140. When Israel went forth from Egypt, the house of Jacob from a barbarous people, Judah became his sanctuary, Israel, his grand realm. The sea it looked and fled. The Jordan it turned around backward. The mountains they danced like rams, the hills like the young of the flock. What is it with you, sea, that you are fleeing, Jordan, that you are turning around backward? Mountains, that you are dancing like rams, hills like the young of the flock. At the presence of the Lord, travail, earth, at the presence of the Elohim of Jacob, the one who turned the rock into a pond of water, the flintstone into a spring of water. Chapter 115. Not to us, O Yahweh, not to us, but to your name give glory, on account of your benignity, your faithfulness. Why should the nations say, where, pray, is their Elohim? Indeed, our Elohim is in the heavens. All that he desires, he does. Their fetishes are silver and gold, the work of human hands. They have a mouth, but they cannot speak. They have eyes, but they cannot see. They have ears, but they cannot hear. They have a nose, but they cannot smell. Their hands they cannot feel. Their feet they cannot walk. They cannot even mumble in their throat. Like them may their makers become, all who are trusting in them. House of Israel, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. House of Aaron, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. You who are fearing Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. Yahweh, he remembers us. He shall bless us. He shall bless the house of Israel. He shall bless the house of Aaron. He shall bless those fearing Yahweh, the small with the great. May Yahweh add to you and to your sons. Blessed be you by Yahweh, maker of the heavens and earth. The heavens are Yahweh's heavens, yet he has given the earth to the sons of humanity. The dead cannot praise Yah, nor all those descending into stillness. But we, the living, we shall bless Yah, henceforth and unto the eon. Praise Yah. Chapter 116. I love him because Yahweh has heard my voice, my supplications. For he has stretched out his ear to me, and I shall call on him throughout all my days. The cables of death have enveloped me, and the constrictions of the unseen, they have converged upon me. I found distress and affliction. Then I called on the name of Yahweh. O Yahweh, do make a way of escape for my soul. Gracious is Yahweh and righteous, and our Elohim is compassionate. The one guarding the simple is Yahweh. I was impoverished, and he saved me. Return to your rest, my soul, for Yahweh, he has dealt bountifully with you. Indeed, you have extricated my soul from death, my eye from tears, my foot from foundering. I shall walk before Yahweh in the lands of the living. I believe, wherefore I am speaking, I am very much humbled. I said in my consternation, every human is a liar. What can I restore to Yahweh for all his bountiful dealings toward me? I shall take up the cup of salvation and call on the name of Yahweh. I shall pay my vows to Yahweh indeed in front of all his people. Precious in the eyes of Yahweh is the death of his benign ones. O Yahweh, seeing that I am your servant, son of your maidservant, you have opened up my bonds. I shall sacrifice to you a sacrifice of acclamation and call on the name of Yahweh. I shall pay my vows to Yahweh straight in front of all his people, in the courts of Yahweh's house, in your midst, Jerusalem. Praise Yah. Chapter 117. Praise Yahweh, all nations. Laud him, all clans. For his benignity is masterful over us, and Yahweh's faithfulness is Aeonian. Praise Yah. Chapter 118. Acclaim Yahweh, for he is good. For his benignity is Aeonian. Let Israel surely say, his benignity is Aeonian. Let the house of Aaron surely say, his benignity is Aeonian. Let those fearing Yahweh surely say, his benignity is Aeonian. From my constriction I called on Yah. Yah answered me with a wide place. Yahweh is for me. I shall not fear what a human may do to me. Yahweh is for me among those helping me, and I shall see the fate of those hating me. It is better to take refuge in Yahweh than to trust in a human. It is better to take refuge in Yahweh than to trust in patrons. All nations, they have surrounded me. It was in the name of Yahweh that I cut them off. They surrounded me. Indeed, they surrounded me. It was in the name of Yahweh that I cut them off. They surrounded me like bees. They were extinguished like a fire of thorns. It was in the name of Yahweh that I cut them off. I was pushed, yea pushed, so as to fall. Yet Yahweh, he helped me. Yah is my strength and my melody, and he became mine for salvation. The sound of jubilant song and salvation comes from the tents of the righteous. Yahweh's right hand is doing valiantly. Yahweh's right hand is being exalted. Yahweh's right hand is doing valiantly. I shall not die but shall live, and I shall recount the deeds of Yah. Yah has disciplined, yea, disciplined me, yet he has not given me over to death. Open the gates of righteousness to me. I shall enter through them and acclaim Yah. This is the gate belonging to Yahweh. The righteous, they shall enter through it. I am acclaiming you, for you have answered me, and you became mine for salvation. The stone which the builders rejected, it came to be for the head of the corner. From Yahweh came this. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day Yahweh has made. Do let us exult and rejoice in it. O Yahweh, do save us indeed. O Yahweh, do prosper us indeed. Blessed in the name of Yahweh is he who is coming. We bless you from the house of Yahweh. El is Yahweh, and he shall enlighten us. Bind the way of festival with entwined boughs into the horns of the altar. You are my El, and I am acclaiming you. My Elohim, I am exalting you. Acclaim Yahweh, for he is good, for his benignity is Aeonian. Chapter 119. Happy are those whose way is flawless, who are walking in the law of Yahweh. Happy are those preserving his testimonies. With all their heart, they are seeking after him. Indeed, they do not contrive iniquity. In his ways they walk. You yourself have enjoined that your precepts are to be kept very faithfully. Oh, that my ways should be established to keep your statutes. Then I should not be ashamed when I look to all your instructions. I shall acclaim you in uprightness of heart, while I learn your righteous ordinances. Your statutes shall I keep. Do not forsake me utterly. Whereby shall a youth purge his path? By keeping your word. With all my heart I have sought after you. Do not let me err from your instructions. In my heart have I stored up your promise, that I may not sin against you. Blessed be you, O Yahweh. Teach me your statutes. With my lips I recount all the ordinances from your mouth. In the way of your testimonies I am elated as over all wealth. In your precepts I shall indeed meditate, and indeed I shall scrutinize your paths. In your statutes am I reveling, I am not forgetting your word. Deal bountifully with your servant, that I may live and surely keep your word. Give revelation to my eyes, that I may indeed scrutinize the marvels of your law. I am a sojourner upon the earth. Do not conceal your instructions from me. My soul is broken up by an ardent desire for your ordinances in every season. You rebuke the arrogant, who are accursed, who are erring from your instructions. Roll reproach and contempt away from me, for I have preserved your testimonies. Even though chiefs have sat and plotted against me, your servant, he shall meditate on your statutes. Even so, your testimonies are my delectations. Your statutes are my men of counsel. My soul clings to the soil. Revive me according to your word. I have recounted my ways, and you answered me. Teach me your statutes. Make me understand the way of your precepts, and I shall indeed meditate on your marvelous works. My soul is racked with affliction. Raise me up according to your word. Withdraw the false way from me, and favor me with your own law. The way of faithfulness have I chosen. Your ordinances have I poised before me. I cling to your testimonies. O Yahweh, let me not be put to shame. In the way of your instructions shall I run, for you are widening my heart. Direct me, O Yahweh, in the way of your statutes, that I may preserve it as the consequence. Make me understand, and I shall indeed preserve your law, and I shall keep it with all my heart. Cause me to tread in the track of your instructions, for I delight in it. Stretch out my heart to your testimonies, and not at all to selfish gain. Avert my eyes from looking at futile things. Revive me in your way. Confirm for your servant your promise that leads me to the fear of you. Cause my reproach from which I shrink to pass away, for your ordinances are good. Behold, I ardently desire your precepts. Revive me in your righteousness. And let your benignities come to me, O Yahweh, your salvation according to your promise. Then I shall have a word to answer the one reproaching me, for I trust in your word. Do not divert the word of truth from my mouth utterly, for I have set my hope in your ordinances. I shall indeed keep your law continually, for the eon and further. I shall indeed walk in wideness, for I have sought after your precepts. I shall indeed speak of your testimonies in front of kings, and I shall not be ashamed, for I am reveling in your instructions, which I love. Thus I am lifting my palms unto your instructions, which I love, and I shall indeed meditate on your statutes. Remember your word to your servant, on which you have set my hope. This is my consolation in my humiliation, that your promise revives me. The arrogant, they mock me exceedingly, yet I do not turn aside from your law. I remember your ordinances from the eon, O Yahweh, and I find comfort for myself. A simoon storm, it has taken hold of me because of the wicked who are forsaking your law. Your statutes have become psalms to me in the house of my sojournings. I remember your name in the night, O Yahweh, that I may indeed keep your law. This has become my practice, that I preserve your precepts. You are my portion, O Yahweh. I have promised to keep your words. I have beseeched your presence with all my heart. Be gracious to me according to your promise. I have taken account of my ways, so let me turn back my feet to your testimonies. I hurry and do not dally to keep your instructions. The cables of the wicked, they bind me about, yet I do not forget your law. At midnight I arise to acclaim you for your righteous ordinances. I am a partner to all who fear you, and to those keeping your precepts. Your benignity, O Yahweh, it fills the earth. Teach me your statutes. You have dealt well with your servant, O Yahweh, according to your word. Teach me good discretion and knowledge, for I rely upon your instructions. Before I was humbled, I was erring, but now I keep your promise close. You are good and are doing good. Teach me your statutes. The arrogant smear me with falsehood. As for me, with all my heart, I preserve your precepts. Stolid like fat is their heart. As for me, I revel in your law. It is good for me that I was humbled, that I may learn your statutes. Better to me is the law of your mouth than thousands of gold and silver. Your hands they have made me and are establishing me. Give me understanding so I may learn your instructions. May those fearing you see me and rejoice, for I set my hope in your word. I know, O Yahweh, that your ordinances are righteous, and you have humbled me in faithfulness. Now may your benignity become my comfort, according to your promise to your servant. May your compassions come on me that I may live. For your law is my delectation. May the arrogant be ashamed, for without cause have they distorted me. As for me, I shall meditate on your precepts. May those fearing you turn back to me, those knowing your testimonies. May my heart become flawless in your statutes, that I may not be ashamed. My soul is exhausted looking for your salvation. I have set my hope in your word. My eyes are exhausted looking for your promise, asking, when shall you comfort me? Though I have become like an unused skin bottle, hanging in smoke fumes, I have not forgotten your statutes. How long are the days of your servant? When shall you bring judgment upon my persecutors? The arrogant dig pits to trap me, who do not act according to your law. All your instructions are faithful, but they persecute me without cause. Help me. Soon they would finish me from the earth, yet I myself have not forsaken your precepts. Revive me according to your benignity, and I will keep the testimony of your mouth. For the eon, O Yahweh, your word is stationed in the heavens. For generation after generation is your faithfulness. You have established the earth, and it shall stand. They stand today by your ordinances, for they all are your servants. Unless your law had been my delectation, then I would have perished in my humiliation. For the eon I shall not forget your precepts, for by them have you revived me. I am yours. Save me, for I have sought after your precepts. The wicked stretch out toward me to destroy me, but I gain understanding of your testimonies. I have seen the end of every aspiration, yet your instruction is very wide. How I love your law! The entire day it is my meditation. Your instruction makes me wiser than my enemies, for it is with me for the eon. I have gained insight more than all my teachers, for your testimonies are my meditation. I have gained more understanding than elders, for I preserve your precepts. I detain my feet from every evil path, that I may keep your word. I do not withdraw from your ordinances, for you yourself direct me. How savory are your promises to my palate, better than honey to my mouth. From your precepts I gain understanding, therefore I hate every false path. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my tracks. I have sworn, let me confirm it, to keep your righteous ordinances. I am humbled utterly, O Yahweh, revive me according to your word. Do accept the voluntary offerings of my mouth, O Yahweh, and teach me your ordinances. My soul is placed in my palms continually, yet I do not forget your law. Wicked ones have placed a snare for me, yet I do not stray from your precepts. I am allotted your testimonies for the eon. Indeed, they are the elation of my heart. I stretch out my heart to perform your statutes. The consequences for the eon. I hate forked tongues, but I love your law. My concealment and my shield are you. I set my hope in your word. Go away from me, you evildoers. I will preserve the instructions of my Elohim. Support me according to your promise that I may live, and let me not be put to shame because of my hopefulness. Brace me that I may be saved, and I will continually heed your statutes. You have cast aside all those erring from your statutes, for their deceitfulness shows their falsity. You have reckoned all the wicked of the earth as dross. Therefore I love your testimonies. My flesh bristles from awe of you, and I fear your judgments. I have performed right judgment and righteousness. Do not leave me to those extorting me. Be surety for your servant's well-being. Let not the arrogant be extorting me. My eyes, they are exhausted, looking for your salvation and for your righteous promise. Deal with your servant according to your benignity, and teach me your statutes. I am your servant. Give me understanding so that I may know your testimonies. It is the season for Yahweh to act. They annul your law. Therefore I love your instructions more than gold, even than glittering gold. Therefore all your precepts do I hold upright. Every false path do I hate. Marvelous are your testimonies. Therefore my soul preserves them. The opening of your words, it is enlightening, making the simple proficient. With my mouth I gape. So let me gasp, for I ardently desire your instructions. Turn toward me and be gracious to me, according to the custom for those loving your name. Establish my footsteps in your promise, and let not any lawlessness have authority over me. Ransom me from human extortion, and I will indeed keep your precepts. Let your face enlighten your servant, and teach me your statutes. Rillets of water, they descend from my eyes, because men do not keep your law. You are righteous, O Yahweh, and your judgments are upright. Your testimonies which you have enjoined are righteous and very faithful. My zeal gnaws at me, for my foes forget your words. Refined is your promise exceedingly, and your servant, he loves it. I am insignificant and despised, yet I do not forget your precepts. Your righteousness is Aeonian righteousness, and your law is truth. Though distress and constraint, they have converged on me. Your instructions are my delectations. Your testimonies are Aeonian righteousness. Give me understanding that I may live. I call out with all my heart. Answer me, O Yahweh. I will indeed preserve your statutes. I call out to you. Save me, and I will keep your testimonies. I rise before the morning twilight, that I may implore. I set my hope in your words. My wakeful eyes have gone before the night vigils, to meditate on your promise, to hear my voice according to your benignity. O Yahweh, according to your right judgment, revive me. Those persecuting me draw near with evil scheme. They are far from your law. You are near, O Yahweh, and all your instructions are truth. Long ago I came to know from your testimonies that you had founded them for the eon. See my humiliation and liberate me, for I have not forgotten your law. Do contend my cause and redeem me. Revive me with your promise. Far from the wicked is salvation, for they do not seek after your statutes. Your compassions are many, O Yahweh. Revive me according to your ordinances. Many are my persecutors and my foes, yet I do not turn aside from your testimonies. I see the treacherous, and I am disgusted because they do not keep your promise close. See how I love your precepts. O Yahweh, according to your benignity, revive me. The sum of your word is truth, and all of your righteous ordinances are aeonian. Chief men, they persecute me gratuitously, yet my heart stands in awe before your word. I am elated over your promise like one finding much loot. I hate what is false, and I will always abhor it. I love your law. 7 times in a day I praise you for your righteous ordinances. Much peace is for those loving your law, and there is no stumbling block for them. I look forward to your salvation, O Yahweh, and I perform your instructions. My soul keeps your testimonies, and I love them exceedingly. I keep your precepts and your testimonies, for all my ways are in front of you. May my appeal come near before you, O Yahweh. According to your word, give me understanding. May my supplication come before you. According to your promise, rescue me. May my lips utter praise, for you teach me your statutes. May my tongue sing in response to your promise, for all your instructions are righteous. May your hand be ready to help me, for I have chosen your precepts. I ardently desire your salvation, O Yahweh, and your law is my delectation. May my soul live and praise you, and may your ordinances help me. I have strayed like a lost flockling. Seek your servant, for I have not forgotten your instructions. A Song of Ascents, Chapter 120. To Yahweh in my distress I call out that he may answer me. O Yahweh, do rescue my soul from the false lip, from the deceitful tongue. What shall he give to you, and what more shall he add for you? Deceitful tongue. He will send arrows of the masterful, whetted with glowing embers of broom. Woe to me, for I sojourn in Meshech. I tabernacle among the tents of Kedar. Long enough for itself has my soul tabernacled with a people hating peace. I am for peace, yet when I speak they are for war. A Song for Ascents. Chapter 121. I am lifting my eyes to the mountains. From where shall my help come? My help is from Yahweh, maker of the heavens and earth. He shall certainly not allow your foot to slip. Your guardian shall certainly not slumber. Behold, he is neither slumbering nor sleeping, the guardian of Israel. Yahweh is your guardian. Yahweh is your protecting shade at your right hand. By day the sun shall not smite you, nor the moon by night. Yahweh himself shall guard you from all evil. He shall guard your soul. Yahweh himself shall guard your going forth and your coming in, henceforth and unto the eon. A Song of Ascents, Davidic. Chapter 122. I rejoiced with those saying to me, let us go to the house of Yahweh. Our feet are standing in your gateways. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, being built like a city that is joined to itself together, where the tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony for Israel, to acclaim the name of Yahweh. For there are located thrones of judgment, the thrones for the house of David. Ask for Jerusalem's well-being. May those loving you be at ease. May peace be within your estate, ease within your citadels. For the sake of my brothers and my associates, let me say again, peace be within you. For the sake of the house of Yahweh, our Elohim, let me seek your good. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 123. To you I lift up my eyes, the one dwelling in the heavens. Behold, as the eyes of servants look to the hand of their lords, as the eyes of a maid to the hand of her mistress, so do our eyes look to Yahweh our Elohim, until he should be gracious to us. Be gracious to us, O Yahweh. Be gracious to us, for we are surfeited greatly with contempt. For itself is our soul greatly surfeited with the derision of the self-satisfied, with the contempt of the proud. A Song of Ascents, Davidic. Chapter 124. Unless Yahweh himself had been for us, now let Israel say, unless Yahweh himself had been for us, when mankind rose against us, then they would have swallowed us up alive in the heat of their anger against us. Then the waters, they would have engulfed us. The torrent, it would have passed over our soul. Then there would have passed over our soul the rampaging waters. Blessed be Yahweh, who has not given us as a prey to their teeth. Our soul, like a bird, has it escaped from the snare of the trappers. The snare has been broken, and we have escaped. Our help is in the name of Yahweh, maker of the heavens and earth. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 125. Those who trust in Yahweh are like Mount Zion, which is immovable. It shall dwell securely for the eon. As Jerusalem has mountains round about it, so Yahweh is round about his people, henceforth and unto the eon. For the scepter of the wicked shall not settle over the lot of the righteous, so that the righteous may not put forth their hands into iniquity. Do good, O Yahweh, to the good, and to those who are upright in their hearts. As for those who turn aside to their tortuous ways, may Yahweh banish them with the contrivers of lawlessness. Peace be on Israel. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 126. When Yahweh reversed the captivity of Zion, we became like those who are dreaming. Then our mouth was filled with mirth, and our tongue with jubilant song. Then they said among the nations, Yahweh has done great things in his dealings with these people. Yahweh did do great things in his dealings with us. We were a rejoicing people. Do reverse again, O Yahweh, our captivity like channels in the Negeb. Those who sow with tears, with jubilant song shall they reap. Going out, he goes with weeping, bearing the drawbag of seed. Coming in, he comes with jubilant song, bearing his grain sheaves. A Song of Ascents, Solomonic. Chapter 127. If Yahweh himself is not building a house, its builders toil futilely in it. If Yahweh himself is not guarding a city, the guard is alert futilely. Futile is it for you to rise early and stay up late, eating the bread of grievous labor. Yet so is he giving to his beloved in their sleep. Behold, sons are an allotment from Yahweh. The fruit of the belly is a reward. Like arrows in the hand of a master, so are the sons of youthful parents. Happy is the master who fills his quiver with them. They shall not be ashamed when they are speaking with enemies in the gateway. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 128. Happy is everyone who is fearing Yahweh, who is walking in his ways. The labor of your palms shall you surely eat. Happy are you, and it will be well for you. Your wife will be like a fruitful vine in the recesses of your house. Your sons like transplanted olive shoots round about your table. Behold that so a master is being blessed, who is fearing Yahweh. May Yahweh bless you from Zion. Thus see the goodness of Jerusalem all the days of your life, and see the sons of your sons. Peace be on Israel. A Song of Ascents. A Song. Chapter 129. Many times have they distressed me from my youth, may Israel now say. Many times have they distressed me from my youth, yet they did not prevail against me. On my arched back have the wicked plowed. They have lengthened their plowing lines. Yahweh is just. He has cut away the ropes of the wicked. They shall be put to shame and turned away backward, all who are hating Zion. They shall become like grass on the housetops, which dries up before it unfurls, with which neither the one reaping can fill his palm, nor the one binding sheaves his bosom pouch. And those passing by do not even say, Yahweh's blessing be on you. Yet we do bless you all in the name of Yahweh. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 130. From the depths I call out to you, O Yahweh. O Yahweh, do hear my voice. Let your ears be attentive to the sound of my supplications. If you should keep account of depravities, O Yahweh, who should stand? For with you is pardon, that you may be feared. I am expectant for Yahweh. My soul is expectant, and I wait for his word. My soul longs for Yahweh more than sentinels for the morning, yea, sentinels for the morning. Wait, Israel, for Yahweh, for with Yahweh is benignity, and with him abundant ransom, and he himself shall ransom Israel from all its depravities. A Song of Ascents, Davidic. Chapter 131. O Yahweh, my heart is not haughty, nor are my eyes set high, and I do not walk in ways too great or too difficult for me. Assuredly I have poised and stilled my soul like a weaned child with his mother. Like a weaned child is my soul to me. Wait, Israel, for Yahweh, henceforth and unto the eon. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 132. Remember, O Yahweh, concerning David, all his humiliation, how he swore to Yahweh and vowed to the sturdy one of Jacob, I shall assuredly not come into my tent house, assuredly not go up to the cot of my birth, assuredly not give sleep to my eyes or slumber to my eyelids, until I should find a place for Yahweh, a grand tabernacle for the sturdy one of Jacob. Behold, we heard of it in Ephrathah. We found it in the fields of Yar. Let us go to his grand tabernacle. Let us worship at his footstool. Do arise, O Yahweh, to your resting place, you in the coffer of your strength. Your priests, may they be clothed with righteousness, and your benign ones, may they be jubilant. For the sake of David, your servant, do not turn back from the face of your anointed one. Yahweh has sworn to David the truth. He shall not turn back from it. Out of the fruit of your loins shall I set one on your throne. If your sons should keep my covenant and my testimonies that I shall teach them, their sons also unto the future, they shall sit on your throne. For Yahweh has chosen Zion. He yearns for it as his dwelling place. This is my resting place unto the future. Here shall I dwell, for I yearn for it. Its provision shall I bless, yea, bless. Its needy ones shall I satisfy with bread. Its priests shall I clothe with salvation, and its benign ones, they shall be jubilant, yea, jubilant. There shall I make the horn of David sprout. I will arrange a lamp for my anointed one. His enemies shall I clothe with shame, yet his insignia shall blossom upon him. A Song of Ascents, Davidic. Chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant for brothers to dwell as one. It is like the good oil upon the head, descending upon the beard, Aaron's beard, which is descending over the slit of his coats. It is like the night mist of Hermon, which is descending upon the mountain ranges of Zion, for there Yahweh has determined the blessing to be, life for the eon. A Song of Ascents. Chapter 134. Behold, bless Yahweh, all servants of Yahweh, who are standing in Yahweh's house by night. Lift your hands toward the sanctuary and bless Yahweh. May Yahweh bless you from Zion, maker of the heavens and earth. Chapter 135. Praise Yah. Praise the name of Yahweh. Praise him, servants of Yahweh, who are standing in Yahweh's house, in the courts of the house of our Elohim. Praise Yah, for Yahweh is good. Make melody to his name, for it is pleasant. For Yah chose Jacob for himself, Israel for his special possession. For I myself know that Yahweh is great, and our Lord is greater than all Elohim. All that Yahweh delights he does, in the heavens and on earth, in the seas and every abyss. He who is bringing up vapors from the end of the earth. He makes lightning bolts for the rain, bringing forth the wind from his treasuries. He who smote the firstborn of Egypt. From human unto beast, he sent signs and miracles into your midst, Egypt, against Pharaoh and all his servants. He who smote many nations and killed staunch kings, Sihon, king of the Amorite, and Og, king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan. He gave their land as an allotment for Israel, his people. O Yahweh, your name is for the eon. O Yahweh, your remembrance is for generation after generation. For Yahweh shall adjudicate his people, and he shall show himself merciful over his servants. The fetishes of the nations are silver and gold, the work of human hands. They have a mouth, but they cannot speak. They have eyes, but they cannot see. They have ears, but they cannot listen. Indeed, there is really no spirit in their mouth. Like them, may their makers become, all who are trusting in them. House of Israel, bless Yahweh. House of Aaron, bless Yahweh. House of the Levite, bless Yahweh. You who are fearing Yahweh, bless Yahweh. Blessed be Yahweh from Zion, who is tabernacling in Jerusalem. Praise Yah. Chapter 136. Give acclamation to Yahweh, for he is good. For his benignity is Aeonian. Give acclamation to the Elohim of Elohim, for his benignity is Aeonian. Give acclamation to the Lord of Lords, for his benignity is Aeonian. To the one alone working great marvels, for his benignity is Aeonian. To the one making the heavens with understanding, for his benignity is Aeonian. To the one stamping out the earth above the waters, For his benignity is aeonian. To the one making the great lights, for his benignity is aeonian. The sun for ruling over the day, for his benignity is aeonian. The moon and stars for ruling over the night, for his benignity is aeonian. To the one smiting Egypt in their firstborn, for his benignity is aeonian. And who brought forth Israel from their midst, for his benignity is aeonian. By a steadfast hand and by an outstretched arm, for his benignity is aeonian. To the one severing the sea of weeds into severed parts, for his benignity is aeonian. And who caused Israel to pass through its midst, for his benignity is aeonian. And who shook off Pharaoh and his army into the sea of weeds, for his benignity is aeonian. To the one conducting his people through the wilderness, for his benignity is aeonian. To the one smiting great kings, for his benignity is aeonian. And who killed prestigious kings, for his benignity is aeonian. Sihon, king of the Amorite, for his benignity is aeonian. And Og, king of Bashan, for his benignity is aeonian. He gave their land as an allotment, for his benignity is aeonian. An allotment to Israel, his servant, for his benignity is aeonian. Who in our lowliness remembered us, for his benignity is aeonian. And who tore us off from our foes, for his benignity is aeonian. Who is giving nourishment to all flesh, for his benignity is aeonian. Give acclamation to the El of the heavens, for his benignity is aeonian. Chapter 137. By the streams of Babylon, there we sat down and lamented, while we remembered Zion. On the oleanders in its midst we hung our harps, for there our captors asked us for words of song, and our enslavers for rejoicing. Sing for us from a song of Zion. How should we sing a song of Yahweh on foreign ground? If I should forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill. May my tongue cling to my palate. If I should not remember you, if I should not elevate Jerusalem over my principal rejoicings. Remember, O Yahweh, against Edom's sons, in Jerusalem's day, those who were saying, raise it, even to its foundation. Daughter of Babylon, the devastator, happy is he who shall repay you with your dealing which you dealt to us. Happy is he who shall hold and shatter your descendants against the crag. Davidic. Chapter 138. I shall acclaim you, O Yahweh, with all my heart. In front of the Elohim shall I make melody to you. I shall worship toward your holy temple, and shall acclaim your name for your benignity and for your faithfulness. For you have magnified your name, your promise over all else. In the day I call, then you answer me. You make me dauntless with strength in my soul. May all the kings of the earth acclaim you, O Yahweh, when they hear the promises of your mouth, and may they sing of Yahweh's ways, for great is the glory of Yahweh. Though Yahweh is exalted, yet he discerns the lowly, and he knows the haughty one from afar. If I walk within distress, you revive me. You send your hand upon the anger of my enemies, and your right hand saves me. Yahweh he shall perfect in my future. O Yahweh, your benignity is for the eon. The works of your hands do not relax. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 139. O Yahweh, you investigate me and are knowing me. You yourself know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought from afar. My path and my palate you have measured off, and for all my ways you have made provision. For though there be no declaration on my tongue, behold, O Yahweh, you know it all. Back and front you have besieged me, and you set your palm upon me. Marvelous is such knowledge beyond me. It is impregnable. I cannot reach to it. Whither could I go from your spirit, and whither could I run away from your presence? If I should climb to the heavens, you are there. And should I make my birth in the unseen, behold, you are there. Should I wear the wings of dawn, should I indeed tabernacle in the hindmost sea, even there your hand, it would guide me, and your right hand would hold me. If I said, surely darkness, it snuffed me up, and night is belted about me. Even darkness, it is not darkening to you, and the night as the day is giving light. Darkness is as light. For you yourself achieved the making of my innermost being. You overshadowed me in my mother's belly. I shall acclaim you, for you are fearfully distinguished. Marvelous are your works. You have known my soul very thoroughly. My skeleton was not suppressed from you when I was made in concealment. I was woven together as in the nether parts of the earth. Your eyes saw my embryo, and my days, all of them were written upon your scroll. The days they were formed when there was not one of them. How precious are your thoughts to me, O El! How plentiful are their sums! If I number them, they are more than the sand. I awake, and I am still with you. Oh, that you would dispatch the wicked, O Eloah, and bloodthirsty men would withdraw from me. Those who speak of you with evil scheming, they bear words of hypocrisy against you. Do I not hate those hating you, O Yahweh? And with those rising against you, am I not disgusted? With complete hatred I hate them. They have become enemies to me. Search me out, O El, and know my heart. Test me, and know my disquieting thoughts. See if a grievous way is in me, and guide me in the way Eonian. Permanent, a Davidic psalm. Chapter 140, Liberate me, O Yahweh, from the evil person. From the man of violence may you preserve me. Those who devise evil deeds in their heart, all day long they stir up warfare. They whet their tongue like a serpent. The venom of an asp is under their lips. Interlude, keep me, O Yahweh, from the hands of the wicked one. From the man of violence may you preserve me. Those who devise ways to trip up my footsteps. Proud men bury a snare for me, and they spread lines, a net at the side of my route. They set traps for me. Interlude, I avow to Yahweh, you are my El. Do give ear, O Yahweh, to the voice of my supplications. O Yahweh, my Lord, the strength of my salvation, you overshadow my head in the day of the weapon. Do not grant, O Yahweh, the yearnings of the wicked one. Do not promote his scheme. Let them not be exalted. Interlude, as for the heads of those round about me. May the misery done by their lips cover them. May glowing embers slip down over them. May he cast them into the fire, into chasms, so they may rise no more. May a man of slander no more become established in the land. A man of violence, may evil hunt him with jolt after jolt. I know that Yahweh shall execute adjudication for the humble, right judgment for the needy. Yea, the righteous, they shall acclaim your name. The upright shall dwell in your presence. A Davidic Psalm. Chapter 141, O Yahweh, I call on you. Do hurry to me. Do give ear to my voice when I call on you. May my prayer be established as incense before you, the lifting of my palms as the evening approach present. Do set, O Yahweh, a sentinel for my mouth, a preserver at the door of my lips. Do not turn my heart aside to evil speaking, to set in action activities in wickedness with men who are contrivers of lawlessness. And may I dine not at all on their pleasant things. Should the righteous one beat me, it were kindness, and should he reprove me, it were oil on my head. May my head not repudiate it at all. But still my prayer is against their evil deeds. When they are released into the hands of our crag, their grand judge, then they will hear my sayings and see that they are pleasant. As when one is harrowing and rending the earth, so our bones are dispersed at the mouth of the unseen. Indeed, toward you, O Yahweh, my Lord, are my eyes directed. In you I take refuge. Do not empty out my soul. Keep me from the grip of the snare they have set to trap me, and from the traps of contrivers of lawlessness. May the wicked ones fall, each into his own nooses, while I pass by altogether. Contemplating Davidic. When he was in the cave, a prayer. Chapter 142. With my voice am I crying out to Yahweh. With my voice am I supplicating to Yahweh. I am pouring out my concern before him. My distress am I telling before him. When my spirit droops within me, then it is you yourself who knows my tracks. In the path that I am walking, they have buried a snare for me. I look to the right and I see, yet there is no one recognizing my need. Hope of fleeing has perished from me. There is no one caring for my soul. I cry out to you, O Yahweh. I say you are my refuge, my portion in the land of the living. Do attend to my appeal, for I am exceedingly impoverished. Rescue me from my persecutors, for they are more aggressive than I. Do bring my soul forth from this enclosure to acclaim your name. The righteous shall compass about me, for you shall deal bountifully with me. A Davidic Psalm, chapter 143. O Yahweh, hear my prayer. Do give ear to my supplications. In your faithfulness answer me, in your righteousness. Do not enter into judgment with your servant, for no living one at all can be found righteous before you. For the enemy has persecuted my soul. He has crushed my life to the earth. He has made me sit in utter darkness like the Aeonian dead. My spirit is drooping within me. In my midst my heart is dejected. Yet I remember the days aforetime. I soliloquize upon all your deeds. Upon the works of your hands am I meditating. I spread forth my hands to you. My soul looks to you like a fainting land. Interlude, quickly answer me, O Yahweh. My spirit is exhausted. Do not conceal your face from me, or I would become comparable with descenders to the crypt. Let me hear of your benignity in each morning, for I trust in you. Let me know that way I should go, for I lift up my soul to you. Rescue me from my enemies, O Yahweh. To you I look for cover. Teach me to do what is acceptable to you, for you are my Elohim. With your good spirit in an upright land may you guide me. For your name's sake, O Yahweh, may you revive me. In your righteousness may you bring my soul forth from distress. In your benignity may you efface my enemies, and you will destroy all the foes of my soul, for I am your servant. Davidic, chapter 144. Blessed be Yahweh, my rock, who is teaching my hands for the attack, my fingers for the battle, my benignity and my fastness, my impregnable retreat and my deliverance for me, my shield. In him I take refuge, the one bringing down the peoples under me. O Yahweh, what is a human that you should acknowledge him, a son of a mortal that you should take account of him? A human is like a transitory breath, his days like a passing shadow. O Yahweh, stretch out your heavens that you may descend. Touch the mountains that they may smoke. Make lightning flash that you may scatter them. Send your arrows that you may discomfit them. Put forth your hands from the height. Set me loose and rescue me from the great waters, from the hand of a foreigner's sons, whose mouth speaks hypocrisy, and their right hand is a false right hand. O Elohim, let me sing a new song to you. On a zither of 10 strings, let me make melody to you, who are giving salvation to kings, who are setting loose his servant David from the vicious sword. Set me loose and rescue me from the hand of a foreigner's sons, whose mouth speaks hypocrisy, and their right hand is a false right hand, that our sons be like plants grown great in their youth, our daughters like corner posts sculptured as in palace style, our garners be filled with harvested crops from one sort to every sort, our flock become thousands, 10,000s in our open places, and our domestic animals strong for bearing burdens. There will be no breaching of walls, and there will be no going forth in defeat. There will be no fearful yelling in our squares. Happy is the people for whom it is thus. Happy is the people whose Elohim is Yahweh. A Davidic praise. Chapter 145. I shall exalt you, my Elohim the King. Let me bless your name for the eon and further. In every day I shall bless you. Let me praise your name for the eon and further. Great is Yahweh, and praised exceedingly, and as to his greatness there is no fathoming. May one generation laud your works to another generation, and of your masterful deeds may they tell. On the honor glorious of your splendor, and the words of your marvelous works let me meditate. The strength of your fear-inspiring deeds may they affirm, and your great achievements let me relate. The remembrance of your great goodness may they utter, and in your righteousness may they be jubilant. Gracious and compassionate is Yahweh, slow to anger and with great benignity. Good is Yahweh to all, and his compassions are over all his works. May all your works acclaim you, O Yahweh, and let your benign ones bless you. The glory of your kingdom may they affirm, and of your powerful mastery may they speak, to make known to the sons of humanity his masterful deeds and the glorious honor of his kingdom. Your kingdom is a kingdom for all the eons, and your rule for every generation after generation. Faithful is Yahweh in all his words, and benign in all his works. Supporting is Yahweh all who are falling, and is making erect all who are bent down. The eyes of all place hopefulness on you, and you are giving them their food in its season, opening your hand and satisfying every living creature with benevolence. Righteous is Yahweh in all his ways, and benign in all his works. Near is Yahweh to all calling on him, to all who are calling on him in truth. Benevolence for those fearing him is he providing, and their imploring is he hearing and is saving them. Guarding is Yahweh all who are loving him, yet all the wicked shall he exterminate. The praise of Yahweh may my mouth speak, and may all flesh bless his holy name, for the eon and further. Chapter 146, Praise Yah. Praise Yahweh, my soul. Let me praise Yahweh throughout my life. Let me make melody to my Elohim through all my future. Do not trust in patrons, in a son of humanity, with whom there is no salvation. His spirit shall go forth, and he shall return to his ground. In that day his reflections perish. Happy is he who has the El of Jacob as his help. His hopefulness is set on Yahweh, his Elohim, maker of the heavens and earth, the sea and all that is in them, the guardian of truth for the eon. He is the one executing right judgment for those being exploited, the one giving bread to the famished, Yahweh, letting loose those who are bound, Yahweh, unclosing the eyes of the blind, Yahweh, making erect those who are bent down, Yahweh, loving those who are righteous, Yahweh, guardian over the sojourners. The orphan and the widow shall he bolster up, yet the way of the wicked shall he overturn. Yahweh shall reign for the eon, your Elohim, O Zion, for generation after generation. Praise Yah. Chapter 147, Praise Yah. Indeed it is good to make melody to our Elohim. Indeed it is pleasant to make comely praise. Yahweh is building up Jerusalem. He is collecting together the expelled of Israel, the one healing the broken heart and binding up their grievous wounds. The one counting the number of stars, he is calling them all by their names. Great is our Lord and vast in vigor. As to his understanding, there is no enumeration of it. Yahweh is bolstering up the humble ones, abasing the wicked to the earth. Respond to Yahweh with acclamation. Make melody to our Elohim with the harp, the one covering the heavens with thick clouds, the one preparing rain for the earth, the one sprouting grass on the mountains, giving its nourishment to the beasts, to the ravens young when they should call. Not in the horse's mastery is he delighting. Not in the legs of a man is he placing approval. Yahweh is placing approval in those fearing him, in those waiting for his benignity. Laud Yahweh, Jerusalem. Praise your Elohim, Zion, for he has reinforced the bars of your gates and has blessed your sons within you. The one giving peace in your territory, with the fat of wheat he is satisfying you. The one sending his saying to the earth, his word is running quickly. The one giving snow like wool, he is dispersing hoarfrost like ashes, flinging down his ice like morsels of bread. Who can stand before his cold blast? He is sending his word and melts them. He is reversing his wind and the waters flow. He is telling his words to Jacob, his statutes and his ordinances to Israel. He has not done so for any other nation, and his ordinances, they do not know them at all. Praise Yah. Chapter 148, Praise Yah. Praise Yahweh from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise him, all his messengers. Praise him, all his hosts. Praise him, sun and moon. Praise him, all stars of light. Praise him, heavens of the heavens, and the waters that are above the heavens. May they praise the name of Yahweh, for he himself determined, and they were created. He makes them stand for the future, for the eon. He has set down a statute, and it shall not pass away. Praise Yahweh from the earth, sea monsters and every abyss, fire and hail, snow and fume, tempestuous wind, performing his word, mountains and all hills, fruit trees and all cedars, wild animal and every domestic beast, reptile and winged bird, kings of the earth and all folk, chiefs and all judges of the earth, choice young men and virgins too, old men along with youths. May they praise the name of Yahweh, for an impregnable retreat is his name, his alone. His splendor is over the earth and heavens. He has raised up a horn for his people, praise for all his benign ones, for the sons of Israel, a people near him. Praise Yah, Chapter 149, Praise Yah. Sing to Yahweh a new song, his praise in the assembly of the benign ones. May Israel rejoice in its Maker. The sons of Zion, may they exult in their King. May they praise his name in chorus. With tambourine and harp, may they make melody to him. For Yahweh is placing approval on his people. He is making the humble beautiful with salvation. May the benign ones be joyous in this glory. May they be jubilant upon their beds. May exaltations of El be in their throat and a serrated sword in their hand, to execute vengeance on the nations, corrections on the folk, to bind their kings with manacles and their glorious nobles with fetters of iron, to execute the written judgment against them. This is the honor of all his benign ones. Praise Yah. Chapter 150, Praise Yah. Praise El in his sanctuary. Praise him in his powerful atmosphere. Praise him in accord with his masterful deeds. Praise him according to his vast greatness. Praise him with the blowing of a trumpet. Praise him with zither and harp. Praise him with tambourine and chorus. Praise him with lute and shepherd's pipe. Praise him with resounding cymbals. Praise him with shouting cymbals. May all that has breath praise Yah. Praise Yah.